Welcome to Quiet Scare, where horror doesn't scream, it whispers. These are authentic, documented experiences, real encounters, carefully curated and adapted with a light touch to preserve what happened and deepen the hush around it. Please like and subscribe, and tap the bell to catch new episodes. There are no more than 3 ads in the first 15 minutes, then uninterrupted playback. Quiet, literary horror shaped from true accounts for sophisticated listeners. Sleep well and dream dark. I came across the town name the way you find a bruise on your arm, without remembering the impact. It was penciled into the margin of a road atlas I bought at a gas station in New Mexico, a cramped note beside a highway spur that went nowhere. There was a stamped library mark on the inside cover, and under it a tiny archival reference someone had pressed through with a ballpoint long ago. I'm like a reminder that paper remembers things we don't. I noticed it because I was already tired, because the day was flattening into evening, because the desert has a way of persuading you to take turns you hadn't planned. I was traveling alone, drifting between jobs. My defining trait at that point, nothing more than motion. I had been on the road for weeks, crossing states at night to save on heat, sleeping in my car when the money thinned. The map showed a ghost town icon near the note. I remember thinking it would be good to stop somewhere with no expectations, to park where nobody would knock on the window. I took the spur as the sun went down, the sky going the color of old pennies, the road narrowing and cracking as if it were being erased behind me. The town announced itself with silence. Buildings leaned away from the road. Windows were dark holes. A hand-painted sign had fallen into the dirt. The letters faded into shapes that suggested a name without offering it. Wind moved through the place with a sound like breath through teeth. I slowed then stopped because the car began to cough. It wasn't dramatic. It was the small, stubborn refusal of an engine that had decided to teach me something. I coasted to the side and tried again. The starter clicked. Nothing caught. I stepped out into the cooling air. The ground was hard-packed and pale. Somewhere metal scraped stone. A slow, patient sound that stopped when I stopped listening for it. I told myself it was wind on a loose sign. The kind of explanation you reach for because it fits easily in your hand. The town had a main street, if you could call it that, with a few structures that had once been businesses. Beyond them were houses, their roofs caved, their yards swallowed by weeds. I walked not far at first, keeping the car in sight. There was no cell signal. My phone showed the time, then went dark. I remember the smell of creosote and dust, the way my footsteps sounded louder than they should have. At the far end of the street, there was a well. It was ringed with stones and capped by a simple frame. A rope hung down, frayed and stiff. I noticed it because someone stood near it. She was still the kind of stillness that looks practiced. I could make out the shape of a dress that might once have been light-colored. Her hair was dark, falling straight. I did not call out. I watched, waiting for some small movement that would give me context. When she turned her head, her eyes caught what little light there was and held it. They were red, not bright like a signal, but deep, like embers banked under ash. I took a step back without meaning to. The metal scraping sound started again, closer now, and I could place it. The sound of a chain being dragged over rock, each link finding the edge of a stone and slipping free. The woman did not move. The sound circled the well, slow, deliberate. I told myself this was a trick of low light, of fatigue. I thought of all the places I'd passed through where people dressed up to scare tourists, where stories were part of the local economy. This place had no economy. That thought settled heavily. I backed away until the well was hidden by a building, then turned and walked faster. When I reached the car, the engine turned over on the first try. I stood there with my hand on the door, listening. The scraping had stopped. The town lay as it had, inert, a photograph left too long in the sun. I drove on, meaning to leave the spur and rejoin the highway, but the road curved and narrowed, and then the car shuddered and died again. This time there was no convincing it. The hood was warm. I lifted it, stared at components I understood only in theory. My flashlight beam jittered. Somewhere behind me, metal met stone again. The sound stretched thin by distance. Night settled fully. Stars came out sharp and numerous. The temperature dropped. I sat on the bumper and waited for my eyes to adjust. That was when I noticed the house. It was set back from the road, a larger structure than the others. 2 stories with a porch that sagged in the middle. Light leaked from one of the windows, a weak yellow that did not flicker. I had passed it earlier without seeing that. I stood and walked toward it, my shoes raising small puffs of dust. As I approached, I could hear something inside. Not voices exactly, but the suggestion of movement, the way a house sounds when it is occupied. The door was unlocked. It swung inward with a tired groan. The air inside was cooler, smelled faintly of old wood and something sour. I did not step far in. I called out once, my voice sounding thin. No answer came. I noticed then that the furniture was arranged as if for use. Chairs pulled out, a table set with plates that were cracked but clean. Dust lay everywhere except on the seats. I moved room to room slowly. In the kitchen there was a calendar on the wall, its pages curled. The year at the top read 1974. Someone had circled a date in red pencil. The mark was firm, pressed hard enough to dent the paper. Upstairs there were bedrooms. One was small, with a bed pushed against the wall, and toys arranged on a shelf. They were simple, wooden, worn smooth by hands. Another was larger, with a mirror over a dresser. The mirror was spotted, but when I passed, it caught my reflection and held it. A pale shape moving through a darker place. In the hallway, I heard the chain again. It sounded below me now, drawn across the porch boards, each link complaining. I went to the window and looked down. The porch was empty. The sound continued, moving away toward the well. I did not sleep that night. I sat in a chair by the front window and watched the street. At some point the light in the other room went out, though I had not turned it off. Dawn came slowly, the sky bleaching. In the morning the town looked smaller, more fragile. I left the house and walked back to the car. It started grudgingly, and I drove out, telling myself the road would straighten, that the highway was close. It was not. The spur seemed longer in daylight. The town receded, then disappeared around a bend. I drove until the fuel gauge dipped low, then stopped. The car stalling again with a finality that felt personal. I got out and stood beside it, the sun already high, the heat rising. That was when I realized I was not alone. The woman stood by the well again, though I could not have seen the well from where I was. She was closer now, her dress stained at the hem. Her eyes were not glowing in the daylight, but they held a redness all the same, as if inflamed. She raised one hand and pointed, not at me but at the ground between us. The chain lay there, coiled, its end disappearing into the dirt. I did not run. I walked backward until my heel caught on a stone and I fell. When I looked up, she was gone. The chain remained. I reached for it without thinking, my fingers closing on cold metal. The sound it made when I lifted it was loud in the stillness. I do not remember much after that. There are gaps that feel smoothed over, like a road graded flat after a collapse. I remember walking. I remember the house. Again, though I do not remember entering. I remember the calendar, the circled date, and the way the red pencil mark seemed to bleed when I touched it. I learned later, from records, and from people who lived miles away and spoke reluctantly, that a family had been murdered in that house in the 1970s. No one was ever charged. The town emptied out over the next few years, businesses closing, people leaving in the night. Travelers avoided the spur. There were stories of cars stalling, of sounds heard after dark, of a woman by the well. A man had disappeared once, years ago, his car found with the door open, the engine cold. I do not know how I left the town. I know that I did, because I am writing this. I woke in a hospital 2 days later, dehydrated, my clothes torn, my hands bruised as if I had been pulling something heavy. The police asked me questions I could not answer. They told me where they had found me, miles from any road, walking in a straight line toward nothing. I went back once. Years later, driven by a need I could not name, the spur was blocked by a berm. The map no longer showed it. From a distance, I could see the roofs of buildings, lower now, further sunk. I did not cross the barrier. At night, sometimes I hear metal on stone. In my dreams, a calendar page curls and curls, the red circle deepening, and a woman stands by a well, waiting for someone to notice where she is pointing. The first time I heard about the old Ashgrove Learning Complex, I was 16 and sitting on the back steps of my high school's gym, with a few other students who liked scaring each other after dark. Everyone had their own version of what happened there. A fire, a murder, a whole class of kids who just disappeared during recess. The only part that stayed consistent was that the building had been sealed in the late 80s, after a wave of unexplained deaths and disappearances. Nothing official, just whispers and urban legends. I didn't think about it again until years later, when I was finishing my graduate thesis on abandoned architecture and its cultural impact. Ashgrove came up during a late-night research rabbit hole. Most articles had been scrubbed of hard facts, but I found a few archived forums and newspaper scans. Enough to verify the basics: 3 unexplained deaths in 2 years, and 4 disappearances before the school board shut it all down. The place had been fenced off ever since. No demolition, no repurposing, just left to rot on the edge of a dying industrial town. It didn't take much convincing to make it the subject of my final project. I was drawn to it in a way I couldn't explain. I reached out to a few online communities of urban explorers, and got in touch with some locals. Most of them wouldn't talk about it. One guy agreed to meet, but didn't show. A woman in her 60s sent me a hand-drawn map with a single warning scrawled at the bottom. "Don't go alone. Don't go after dark." I went anyway. Anyway, the building sat on a stretch of weed-choked land, flanked by a half-collapsed playground and a dry retention pond. Its architecture was strange, brutalist, but with odd asymmetrical wings that looked like they'd been tacked on as an afterthought. From the outside, it resembled a bird with broken wings, hunched and leaning slightly to one side. There were no markings, no signage, just boards and rusted chain-link fencing. I brought a camera, a flashlight, a backup battery pack, and a small handheld recorder. It was just past 5 p.m. when I stepped through the fence. The sun had dipped low enough that the building cast long shadows across the cracked pavement, but I told myself I had a couple hours of daylight left, enough time to explore the main floor, maybe get into the gym or a classroom. I hadn't planned to stay long. The front door was sealed with steel brackets, but a side entrance near the utility wing had been pried open, probably by local teens or explorers before me. I stepped inside and immediately felt the temperature drop. The air was thick, cold, stale. Dust swirled in the beam of my flashlight. The hallway stretched straight ahead, lockers hanging open like broken jaws. Water damage had warped the ceiling tiles, leaving them drooping or collapsed. The silence was heavy, almost pressurized. I walked the first wing slowly, taking photos and short video clips. The classroom doors were mostly shut, a few cracked just enough to see ruined desks and overturned chairs inside. I didn't hear anything at first, just the cracking of the floor under my boots, and the occasional thump of water dripping somewhere above. Then, about 15 minutes in, I picked up something strange on the audio recorder. A faint laugh, high-pitched, childlike. I stopped and replayed it 3 times. I hadn't heard it with my ears, only on the recording. I wrote it off as old tape echo or digital artifacting, but after that I kept the recorder running constantly. The second wing was different. The layout was unfamiliar. Tight corners, short hallways that didn't match the original blueprints I'd found online. Some rooms had been stripped bare, while others looked frozen in time. In one classroom, faded worksheets were still pinned to a corkboard. A student's name was scrawled on a whiteboard in red marker. The clock above the chalkboard had stopped at 11:32. I turned to leave, and caught a glimpse of something in the glass of the classroom door. My shadow, but delayed. It moved a second after I did. I tested it. lifting one arm, then the other. The reflection mimicked me, but just slightly off. I turned away quickly and didn't look back. By the time I reached the central atrium, it was fully dark outside. I hadn't realized how long I'd been inside. My flashlight flickered. I switched to the backup and checked my phone. No signal. I sat on a toppled bench and drank some water, considering whether to push on or leave. That's when I heard the door slam. It echoed through the building like a cannon shot, followed by silence. Then another sound. Footsteps. Running. Faint. Childlike laughter again. But this time it was closer. I stood slowly and turned toward the noise. The hallway ahead was empty. I swept my light back and forth. Nothing moved. Then, in the corner of the atrium, something detached itself from the shadows. Not a person. Not exactly. Just a darker shape. Wrong in proportion. Too tall and too thin. It didn't walk. It slid soundlessly back into the hallway. I bolted. I don't remember navigating back through the building, but I must have made a wrong turn. The layout had changed. Hallways I'd walked through were gone, replaced by corridors that bent in impossible angles. One classroom opened into a stairwell that led straight into a wall. I tried retracing my steps using the photos on my camera, but even those seemed off. In one picture, I caught a glimpse of someone behind me, a person I hadn't seen when I took the shot. A young woman in a school uniform, her face smeared and indistinct. In the next frame, she was gone. I started calling out. I don't know why. Maybe I hoped there were other explorers inside. Maybe I just didn't want to hear my own breathing anymore. That's when I heard the reply. Not an answer, but a scream. High, ragged, and unmistakably real. I followed it. It led me to the gymnasium. The double doors stood open, swaying slightly. I stepped inside, and the temperature dropped another 10 degrees. My breath fogged the air. The gym floor was warped and split down the center like something had pushed up from beneath. Bleachers were half collapsed, and a basketball hoop hung by one chain. In the center of the floor was a backpack. I recognized it. Worn canvas, patched with duct tape. I'd seen it earlier that week in a forum post. A group of thrill-seekers who'd claimed to have entered the school 2 nights prior. They'd uploaded one blurry photo and then gone silent. No updates. No replies. The backpack was open. Inside were a GoPro, a half-empty bottle of water, and a journal. The last entry read, "Something's following us. Doors won't open. Mark vanished during a circuit. Thought it was a prank. It isn't. I heard footsteps behind me and spun around, but the doorway was empty. The shadows on the far wall rippled. One peeled off and began moving toward me. I ran. I don't remember getting out. I don't remember the path or the exit, or even breaking the fence line. I just remember falling into my car and locking the doors, shaking so hard I dropped the keys twice before getting the engine started. I didn't go back. The footage I recovered was corrupted, audio twisted, visuals distorted, but the laughter was clear. So was the scream. A few frames caught that same impossible shadow in the distance. When I reported the backpack to the local police, they dismissed it. No missing persons report, no investigation, just shrugged it off as trespassers scaring themselves. But I know what I saw. I know what I heard. The Ash Grove complex is still standing, still empty, still watching, and every so often someone else goes in and doesn't come back. They say it's the wind, the age of the building. A prank gone wrong, but I know better. I've seen what lives in the corners of that place, what wears the laughter of children like a mask, what waits for nightfall to stretch its limbs, and sometimes I still hear it when I sleep. I've seen a lot in my years as a Marine. Combat, loss, the kind of quiet that gets inside your bones when the fighting's over and all that's left is what you bring home with you. But nothing prepared me for what I witnessed that winter. During my rotation on the outskirts of the base, near Red Hill, Montana, it wasn't a big post, mostly reserve equipment and old motor pools surrounded by pine forests, and a sagging chain link fence. Just a few of us rotating night watch, checking perimeter integrity, logging irregularities. A sleepy assignment by all accounts. Perfect for someone easing out of active duty. But there was something wrong about that place once the sun went down. The air felt denser. Still, I wouldn't have thought twice about it if not for the figure on the road. The first report came from a convoy driver headed to a nearby training site. Just after midnight, he claimed a soldier covered in blood, dressed in an outdated uniform, flagged him down from the side of the access road. The driver slowed, naturally thinking someone was hurt, but as the headlights washed over the figure, he vanished. Not moved or ducked, just gone, like turning off a light. The driver didn't even bother exiting the vehicle. He put it in gear and kept going. It would have been brushed off, maybe even laughed off if the next report hadn't come in the following night. This time, 2 guards posted near the northeast fence line radioed in the sound of boots. Heavy, deliberate, marching close to their position, but no one appeared. Then the sound stopped just outside the floodlight's reach. One of the guys, Cooper, swore he could see a silhouette pacing just beyond the trees. No reflection in the snow, no breath in the air, just presence. They switched the light. Nothing. When I came on duty a few nights later, I was assigned to perimeter sweep. Same zone, northeast fence. I didn't think much of it until I reached the old watch road, just gravel now, crusted with ice and slush. The hum of my Humvee echoed between the trees. My breath fogged inside the cabin, and then I saw him. At first I thought it was a prank. The figure stood at attention by the shoulder of the road, one arm raised stiffly. The uniform he wore was outdated, World War II era, maybe Korean War, with a faded insignia I didn't recognize. His helmet was lopsided, chin strap hanging loose. His face was streaked with what looked like old blood, not fresh, more like it had dried in his beard. His left leg was stiff, and he leaned ever so slightly like his balance had gone out long ago, but his discipline hadn't. I braked, heart kicking up. For a second, I expected him to wave, or collapse, or speak. Instead, the headlights caught the shine of his boots as he turned sharply, too sharply, and began to march along the shoulder. Not toward me, not away, just patrolling. His pace was mechanical, like something stuck in a loop. I stepped out, hand on my sidearm. "Hey," I called out, breath visible in the beam of my flashlight. No reaction. I circled the Humvee, boots crunching ice. The figure moved past the edge of the lights and disappeared. Not into the trees. Not behind a rock. He didn't break stride, didn't change course. He was just gone. I stood there a long minute, scanning the tray line, waiting for something to explain it. Nothing. The air pressed against me like water. Dense, still. When I radioed it in, there was silence on the other end. Then a low voice from command. "Return to your vehicle. Log visual irregularity. Continue patrol." That was it. No questions. No backup. I finished my sweep, but I drove a little faster. And when I passed that same stretch of road again around 0330, he was back. Same spot, same pose, salute raised. He held it until I got close, then pivoted and began his march again, vanishing in the dark before I could blink. It became routine after that. Every few nights. Someone saw him. Sometimes he was saluting, sometimes standing at ease. Once, someone claimed he was dragging himself across the gravel, clutching his side like he'd been shot. But always in the same uniform. Always alone. Command never acknowledged it in briefings. But the guards talked quietly. No one joked anymore. We all started logging phantom patrols. Auditory irregularity northeast. Possible unauthorized personnel visual. Non-responsive. No one tried to confront him again. There was nothing to confront. He wasn't there in the way people are. More like an echo left behind. A job unfinished. A few of us dug into the archives. The base had been expanded over old training grounds. Possibly a transit camp. We found one record barely legible of a Private Ellis Monroe, listed as MIA in 1952, last seen during a blizzard while on security duty. His watch post? Same road, northeast sector. There was no recovery report, just a missing line in a long-forgotten logbook. Cooper was the first to lose it. During his sweep, he tried to record the figure with a handheld camcorder. When he returned to the post, his hands were shaking. The footage showed static, then him alone in the road talking to someone who wasn't there, repeatedly saluting. At one point, he fell to one knee and stayed there for nearly 5 minutes. When we asked what happened, he said he heard someone giving him orders. Crisp, clear commands, but there was no voice on the tape. After that, they reassigned him. Then the dream started. Not nightmares exactly, just vivid, impossible detail. Always the same scene, me in a cold trench waiting for orders, hearing distant gunfire, watching a man in that same uniform walk the line, checking rifles, nodding, bleeding from the head and still walking, never speaking, just doing his rounds. Every time I woke up, I was already sweating, heart pounding, as if I'd been standing at attention all night. One night, I decided to stay past my shift, just sit in the Humvee and watch that stretch of road. Midnight passed. Arrow 100. Nothing. Then, at Arrow 143, he emerged from the tray line. No noise, no motion before, just there. Standing at the edge of the road with his back to me, he saluted nothing. This time I didn't move, I watched. No flashlight, no engine, just the faint red glow of my dashboard and the cold seeping through the windows. He turned. Not toward me, not away, just a pivot as if to face something that wasn't there. And then he walked. 20 paces, stopped, checked an invisible watch, turned again, 20 paces, perfect rhythm, like a drill that never ended. And then, mid-step, he flickered, like a weak signal on a bad TV. His form shuddered, fragmented, and was gone. I waited until sunrise to move. I never saw him again after that. A few weeks later, my discharge came through. I signed the papers and left without ceremony. But I still think about that road, that man. Whatever piece of him is still out there, caught in that cold, endless loop, a duty too deep to die with him. And on some nights, if I wake up too fast, I swear I can still hear his boots marching somewhere just beyond the wall. I drive for a living, mostly long hauls between industrial sites, generators, conduit, rebar, that kind of thing. Nothing glamorous. A few months back, I got a contract to run supply checks between 2 old rail depots in the Northeast, both defunct now. The northern site was remote and tucked in against an escarpment with a disused service tunnel running underneath the rock. The paperwork called it Transit Shaft B. No one used it anymore. But the company I drove for wanted eyes on the structural integrity, some bureaucratic liability check. I'd stop in every few days, inspect the gates, log the ambient condition, make sure no vagrants were squatting inside. The tunnel was narrow, just wide enough for a single maintenance vehicle back in its heyday. By the time I got involved, there was nothing inside but rust, pooled water, and a cloying mineral stink that clung to my nostrils for hours after I left. Still, it was a job, and I've worked in worse places. The first time something felt off, it was a flat tire. Just after midnight, I'd parked at the northern entrance, noted some buckling in the concrete wall supports, walked the length of the tunnel about 300 yards, then headed back. It was routine. But when I got to the truck, the front left tire was slashed, not blown out. Clean slice, no debris nearby, no sharp rocks. I chalked it up to vandalism, maybe some bored kids, but it got under my skin. A week later, the engine wouldn't turn over. Same place. No warning lights beforehand. No sputtering. It had been running smooth on the way in. I'd just stepped out to log the gate condition, and when I got back in, nothing. I tried the ignition 3 more times. On the 4th, it roared to life like nothing had happened. That's when I noticed the smell. Burnt hair, faint but present. I got out, popped the hood, checked the belts, the wires. Nothing was scorched. Still, the scent lingered. 2 weeks into the contract. I met one of the old-timers, guy named Daryl. He'd worked the original rail tunnel back in the 80s, before they sealed it for good. We crossed paths at a diner down the road from the Southern Depot. He spotted the company logo on my vest and struck up a conversation. Said he used to run maintenance down there before the collapse. That got my attention. I hadn't heard about any collapse. He said it quiet, over his coffee. A fault line shifted in '89, dropped a whole section of the ceiling right on top of a 5-man team. They were reinforcing support beams near the halfway point when it gave out. Instant crushed beneath tons of rock. They pulled out what they could, but 3 bodies were never recovered. The shaft got sealed, eventually written off. But Daryl said he never stopped hearing footsteps. Said when he used to do inspections alone, there'd be echoes where there shouldn't be. Distinct steps, not drips or rats. Boot falls always behind him, never ahead. He said he'd walk faster, and they'd match him, right to the tempo. I wanted to laugh it off, but my hands were clenched under the table. The next night, I drove out to the tunnel again. No incident on the way in. Weather was clear, no other vehicles around. I parked just shy of the entrance and took my flashlight down the concrete path. The interior was always damp, beads of moisture collecting on the walls. About 50 feet in, I stopped walking. I don't know why, just stopped. It was dead silent except for the low buzz of my light. Then I heard it, 2 steps, slow, deliberate, just behind me. I turned fast, scanned the entrance. Nothing, just my tire tracks in the mud and the slope rising behind. I didn't go any further that night. 3 days later, they sent me to deliver some thermal sensors to the southern side. The idea was to get interior temperature readings to compare against exterior conditions, monitor subsurface shifts, something about moisture displacement. I rode my motorcycle that time. The van was in the shop. It was after midnight when I pulled up, fog pooling low to the ground like dry ice. I didn't linger, just dropped the sensors at the gate, snapped some photos for the log and climbed back on the bike. Halfway down the access road, I checked my side mirror and saw her, a pale woman seated behind me. I swear on everything I know she was there. Stringy black hair matted to her forehead, a dull gray dress, bare feet. Her arms were wrapped tight around my midsection. I could feel nothing, no pressure, no warmth, but the mirror showed her clear as day. I stared, dumbstruck, and nearly lost control. I looked back over my shoulder. No one. Looked at the mirror again. Gone. I don't remember the rest of the ride home. I reported it. Not the woman, just the mechanical failures. The noises. The company brushed it off. Said if the site felt unsafe, they'd reassign me. But nothing was on the logs. No seismic activity. No gas leaks. Everything checked out. Still, they didn't push when I asked to drop the contract. I talked to another worker who'd been there before me. He didn't stay long. Said his radio would go dead inside the tunnel. Not static, just silence, like the air itself swallowed the signal. He left after finding one of the old metal ID tags wedged between 2 stones. Had a section they never opened. It had a name etched into it, Vincent M., one of the workers from the collapse, according to Daryl. Sometimes I wonder if that tunnel ever really closed. I went back one last time, months later, out of stupid curiosity. I just wanted to see it again in daylight, make it mundane. The gate was chained, rusted tight. I stood outside and listened. No wind, no birds, just a faint clicking sound from inside, like a loose bolt swinging in rhythm. I turned to leave, and my motorcycle stalled out, dead. I tried the ignition, nothing. I looked down the slope toward the service road, and in the mirror, there she was again, closer this time. I pushed the bike down the road by hand, refusing to look back. The engine started a half-mile later, with no problem at all. I've avoided tunnels since. I take surface roads, detours, even when it adds hours to my drive. I keep my mirrors clean and my windows rolled up, even in summer. But every now and then, just past midnight, I feel arms tighten around my waist while I ride, cold as stone, light as air. I don't dare look back. I keep my eyes forward and the throttle steady because I know she's there, waiting for me to stop, to turn, to look her full in the face just once. I've never told anyone this, not the whole thing. I used to think I could just leave it behind, that I could bury it under time and distance, like it hadn't happened. But then I saw her again, on the bridge, just standing there, where the ropes were cut. It happened long before I was born, but I work in that same gorge now. They rebuilt over the old infrastructure, modern supports bolted onto a concrete base that still hides the scars. The bridge is 400 feet above the river. Tourists come for the views. I come because I thought I had no choice. I'm a maintenance contractor. Structural inspections, lighting, safety lines, mostly routine work. But there's one section I always save for last, the center span. At night, when the wind cuts up from the canyon like it remembers how they screamed, it started with a rumor. One of the older guys, Rafik, told me during a smoke break. This was a graveyard before it was a bridge. He said he'd worked here 20 years, mostly nights. They executed them up top, cut them loose over the edge. I laughed it off, thought it was a ghost story to haze the new guy. But then he showed me the old maintenance ledger. Half the names had been blacked out with ink, thick enough to bleed through the paper. The rest were in a dialect I couldn't read, but the date on the page said 1976. That was the year the warlord took over the region. No one likes to talk about him now. His name's been scrubbed from the plaques, but the stories remain. They say he was building a private transport route across the gorge, something for discreet shipments between his mountain compounds. The bridge was never meant for public use. The workers were brought in under armed escort, not soldiers exactly. Private men in black fatigues with no insignias. They lived in the camp with the laborers, watched them eat, sleep, piss. No one left the site, ever. They were singers and dancers, mostly. Traveling performers the warlord had recruited from a border province known for its oral traditions. Rafik said their songs carried coded knowledge, family lineages, burial sites, even smuggling routes if you knew how to listen. They'd been forced into labor laying rebar and hauling concrete under threat of execution. The bridge was nearly complete when something changed. A financial deal had gone wrong. Maybe an arms transfer, maybe gold. Whatever it was, the workers had seen too much, overheard too much. Maybe they even knew how to talk about it without saying it directly. And that scared him, so the warlord ordered them to finish the final segment. The center span while standing on the support beams. No harnesses, just ropes. When they were done, he made them stay up there. Then he had the guards cut the lines, one by one. That part is documented, sort of. There's a section in the military tribunal's posthumous report about unsanctioned personnel losses. But it never names the dead, just non-aligned assets. No burial, no acknowledgement, just silence. Until recently. It started a few months ago. I was working a night shift alone, replacing a damaged light fixture near the middle of the bridge. It was cold. Too cold for September. I remember checking my breath and watching it billow in thick clouds like smoke. That's when I heard it, singing. Not loud, not melodic, just a wavering line of human sound, like someone humming through clenched teeth. It came from under the bridge. From the air, I froze. The wiring harness slipped from my hands and coiled on the steel like a dead snake. I leaned over the guardrail and looked down. The river was black, silent, but then I saw movement. Not below across. Someone stood at the far edge of the span, facing me. Long robe, bare feet. I thought maybe it was a lost hiker until they raised their arm and pointed, not at me, at the beam beneath me. I stepped back. The cold deepened like a drop in pressure. My ears popped. I felt it in my molars, in the roots of my nails. Something brushed past me. No wind, no sound, just pressure, as if someone had leaned close to whisper, but said nothing at all. I packed up and left. didn't log the repair, didn't finish the inspection. I lied to the supervisor and went home, but I couldn't sleep. I kept hearing that low, closed-mouth singing, kept seeing that figure in the robe, standing perfectly still. I told myself it was stress, that I'd read too much into Rafiq's story. Maybe I wanted to believe in ghosts because the alternative was worse, that nothing remembers them, that they just fell, and that was it. But then I saw them again. Not one, a group. It was just after midnight. I was back on the bridge, this time with another tech, Carla. She's sharp, ex-military, doesn't scare easy. We were doing a routine cable tension check. She went to the east end. I stayed near the middle. Then the temperature dropped. Instantly, I saw frost gather on the bolts under my gloves. My breath turned white. That's when I saw them, 7 figures, standing in a line across the width of the bridge, exactly where the center span begins. All wore the same traditional robes, barefoot, unmoving. Their heads were bowed, no one moved. Carla radioed in, said she was getting strange interference on her comms. I didn't respond. I couldn't. My throat wouldn't work. Then the ropes appeared. They weren't real. Not in the usual sense, but they were there, coiled around the spectral ankles, looped over shoulders, vanishing into the air above. Each rope pulsed faintly, like veins under skin. I backed away. That's when one of the figures lifted its head. The face was wrong, blurred, like heat shimmer, except it was freezing. I couldn't see eyes, but I knew it was looking at me. I heard it in my bones, a single drawn-out syllable, stretched and cracked like something remembered through pain. I don't know the language, but I felt the meaning. Help. Then the rope snapped. Not all at once, one by one. I didn't hear them so much as feel the absence, as if each severing took something from the air. Each figure jerked when the line broke, then dropped straight down, vanishing through the concrete floor as if it were water. I fell back, hit my head. When I came to, Carla was over me, shouting. There was no one else on the bridge, but the frost remained. And now it happens every time I come back. Always at night, always in that same spot. Sometimes they sing, sometimes they just stand, but they're always there, and the cold follows them. The local power company has started logging unexplained thermal fluctuations on the bridge sensors. They sent a team last week, 3 engineers. One refused to cross the center span. The others got halfway across before turning back. Pale and shaking, I checked the bridge cam archive. There's a 2-minute segment with no footage, just static. Right during the time the engineers reported seeing unauthorized personnel. That phrase again. I think they're stuck. Not ghosts. Exactly. More like a loop. A memory that the bridge itself won't let go of, because no one remembers their names. No one mourns them. Not even history. I tried asking Rafiq about it again. He's gone. Retired early. Moved inland. Left no contact. One of the younger guys says he warned him, don't look too long at the one still hanging. I didn't understand what that meant until last week. I was doing an early morning sweep just past dawn. The bridge empty. Thought maybe the light would make it easier. It didn't. Because in the far distance just past where the morning mist lifted off the steel, I saw them again. This time not standing, dangling. The ropes were there, fully visible, swaying gently in windless air, and in that moment, I knew something had changed. They weren't replaying a moment. They were watching me, waiting. I don't go out there alone anymore. I've stopped logging night work altogether. Let the paperwork pile up. Let someone else wonder why the lights keep burning out only on that span. Why the frost never melts. The bridge is solid, structurally sound. The engineers sign off on it every quarter, but I've seen what lies beneath it and above it. And somewhere in between, their silence is louder than any scream, and when the wind rises just right, you can hear the ropes creak. It's strange what sounds can cling to a place, long after the people who made them are gone. Footsteps in gravel where no one walks, the scrape of metal against stone, and sometimes at night, a voice that doesn't finish what it starts. That's what brought me back, I suppose. Not out of courage or curiosity, but because I needed to know if what I'd heard as a child was real. I used to live in the outer quarters of the Colgar estate, a fortress-like manor that jutted up from the hills like a broken tooth. My grandmother worked there all her life. Housekeeper, laundress, cook when needed. I was small then, maybe 8, and too quiet for my own good. I'd wander the stone paths near the wells, listening to the workers or watching the fog roll in through the garden archways. That's where I first heard it. A woman's voice, soft but clear, counting. 1, 2, 3, all the way up to 11. She never said 12, just stopped. It happened only after sundown. Always near the old well behind the West Gardens. I never asked my grandmother about it. She was a hard woman, not unkind, but built like the stone walls she scrubbed for a living. She'd sooner box your ears than entertain ghost stories. So I kept it to myself and buried it somewhere under the years that followed. Until last autumn, when they reached out to me, some preservation group trying to catalog oral histories of old estate workers. I didn't think much of it until I saw the name Colgar, and that old rust began to flake off the hinges in my head. They let me walk the grounds alone before the recording. Said it might help jog my memory. The place hadn't changed much. The main house stood as grim as ever, its stone face mottled with moss and time. The well was still there too, capped now, but I recognized it immediately. My legs moved on their own. I stood beside it as dusk folded over the gardens, and then I heard her again, the voice. Not loud but close, like she was just behind the stone rim, counting. 1, 2, 3, and I found my lips moving with hers, mouthing the numbers. When she reached 11, my breath caught. Silence. Cold silence, just like before. I nearly left right. Then, but a part of me, something quiet and stubborn, kept me rooted. I walked the path back toward the servant quarters, veering off toward the east wing. That section had collapsed decades ago, left to vines and damp earth. And that's where I saw her. Not solid, not quite air, something in between. She stood motionless near the broken arch, her hair hanging long and wet over her shoulders, the ends dripping like she'd just climbed from a bath or a well. Her dress clung to her, heavy and soaked, and her face, I couldn't see it clearly, just the shape of sorrow. I didn't move, couldn't. She raised one arm, pointed toward the house, then was gone. I didn't sleep that night. Instead, I dug through the estate records the preservationists had brought in. Ledgers, incident logs, old servant rosters. I wasn't expecting to find anything, but then I saw the name. Samira, laundry mistress, dismissed for gross misconduct and deliberate damage of household goods. Year 1792. The record was brief. Accusation, punishment, dismissal, no details, but something in me stirred at the name, Samira. I remembered my grandmother muttering it once, when she thought I was asleep, not fondly, not harshly, just low and tight, like something that shouldn't be said aloud. I pressed the staff historian the next morning. He was reluctant, said the details were unpleasant, but relented when I insisted. Samira had worked loyally for the Colgar family for over 20 years. By all accounts, she kept to herself, did her work without complaint. But one autumn, several of the ladies' imported silk garments were found ruined, slashed, burned, and soaked through. No one saw her do it, but she was blamed nonetheless. The mistress of the house accused her publicly. Her defense wasn't recorded, just the punishment: she was beaten, then thrown into the old well. Alive, they covered it up, told the other staff she'd fled in disgrace. But the well was sealed soon after, without ceremony. The voice, the dripping figure, the counting, it all made sense in the way that terrible things sometimes do. I asked to stay one more night. Didn't tell them why. I returned to the well at dusk. Waited. She came again, this time closer, clearer. Her face was narrow, eyes sunken. Not with age, but despair. Water pooled at her feet, though the stones were dry. I spoke her name, Samira. Her eyes lifted. She reached toward me, not touching, but close, and opened her mouth. No sound came. Then she began to count. 1, 2, 3. I joined her, whispering the numbers. At 11, she stopped. Her mouth moved again, silently. 12, I said. She vanished. That night I dreamed of water, not drowning, but floating, weightless and watching. A voice humming beneath the surface, never surfacing. When I woke, my shoes were wet. Not damp, wet. I didn't return after that, but others have. Researchers, paranormal groups, curious locals, they all say the same thing. The counting still happens. But now, sometimes they hear the 12th number, and sometimes the voice doesn't stop at all. And once, just once, the groundskeeper reported seeing a figure pacing near the well at dawn, dripping, pointing, mouthing words he couldn't quite hear. He doesn't work there anymore. Neither would I. There's something about false blame that stains deeper than blood. Samira wasn't just betrayed, she was erased, but she's still here, trying, I think, to finish what she started. Or perhaps to remind someone, anyone, that she was once real. The well is capped, yes, but sounds travel, and if you listen closely, just after the sun disappears, you might hear her again, counting, waiting, always stopping just before the end. They don't tell you what the signs really mean. The state's notice boards just say something about environmental dangers, unstable terrain, limited visibility. They're made of thick aluminum, staked at head height in 5 languages. But none of that matters when you're already so far gone inside yourself that danger feels like home. I walked past them without stopping, only registering their presence as a kind of bureaucratic gesture, a formality. I wasn't looking for answers. I was looking for silence, and the forest had plenty of that. They call it the churn. That's not its official name, of course. Maps just show a stretch of unclaimed wildland, one of those green blotches where borders start to break down. No roads lead in, only deer paths snake toward it, and those end abruptly. Locals don't go near it. Hunters avoid it even in lean years. Search teams only go in pairs and never after noon. That should have told me everything I needed to know, but I had nothing left to lose. No money, no family, no one left to call if I vanished. That kind of despair makes you curious. The entrance wasn't marked, just a seam in the tray line, where everything felt heavier. The air shifted. You didn't notice it at first, but the light dropped, like someone had drawn a curtain across the sun. Tree branches interlaced above so tightly they looked welded together. I paused there, fingers brushing the outermost bark, not knowing I'd just crossed the last threshold anyone ever really gets. After that, the forest decides for you. Within 5 minutes, I lost track of direction. I'd been smart enough to bring a compass, but it spun in place. My GPS blinked, then died. I assumed I'd hit some kind of signal dead zone, but then I heard the static. Not on the device, in the air. A faint buzz, like a radio caught between channels, just behind my ears. I stopped moving, listened. The sound disappeared. I took another step, and it returned. Left ear only, then right, like something trying to triangulate me. That's when I felt the pull. It's not like gravity. It didn't yank me by the feet or drag me across the dirt. It was inside my chest. A pressure not painful, but insistent, like a magnet being turned on slowly. It drew me deeper, not through choice, but through inertia. Walking forward felt easier than standing still, and if I turned back, the ground tilted, not visually, but physically. My legs trembled with the effort of resisting it. I passed old search tape, faded pink flags, knotted to branches. Some were wrapped so tightly they bit into the bark. One tree had grown around it entirely. The tape now a fossilized ribbon trapped beneath the surface. That told me how long this had been going on. Decades. Maybe longer. I started seeing the structures 2 hours in. Not buildings, just fragments. Stone slabs where no quarry should be. Circular indentations filled with leaves, too symmetrical to be natural. Remnants of low walls covered in moss, as if some forgotten village had been plucked from the earth and ground into dust. I didn't understand the shapes until I remembered the history. During the famine years when winter didn't end and the soil turned to rot, people made choices, hard ones. Elders were left behind. With dignity, they said, though I doubt dignity factored into it much, when your own kin turned and walked away. But what's forgotten is how many of those old ones walked in themselves. They weren't all dragged, some chose it, volunteered, gave their food to their grandchildren, said their prayers and vanished into the churn. That kind of sacrifice doesn't evaporate, it lingers. I followed the pull because resisting it became impossible. Not mentally, I wanted to stop, but my body betrayed me. The deeper I went, the more my limbs seemed to respond to something else. I'd blink and realize I'd taken 5 steps without meaning to. My hands hung slack at my sides. My breath came shallow. I wasn't alone. I never saw them. Not fully. But I'd catch the edge of a sleeve behind a trunk, or the arc of motion as someone stepped just out of frame. The shapes didn't make noise. No twigs snapped underfoot, but I could feel their direction. Always just ahead, luring me deeper. Once I called out. I don't know why. Habit, maybe. A desperate flicker of hope. My voice came out wrong, flat, like the trees absorbed it. I waited, but nothing replied. I don't know how many days I was in there. Light never changed. Morning didn't arrive. Dusk never fell. It was just dim, permanent twilight under the canopy, with no wind, no bird song, no insects. The forest wasn't asleep. It was waiting. I found the clearing on the 4th day, or the 5th, could have been the 10th. Time stopped meaning anything. It was circular, perfectly so, about 20 feet across, lined with stones stacked in a deliberate ring. The center was bare earth, flat and smooth. Not a single leaf fell there, though they blanketed everything else. I stood at the edge, knees locked, and knew I wouldn't leave. That's when the team found me. 2 of them. Mud-caked uniforms, red helmets. Their faces looked older than they were. The woman in front kept her distance. She asked if I knew my name. I did, I told her. She didn't respond. The man behind her whispered something, and she nodded. They circled me, slowly, like approaching a wounded animal. I wanted to tell them I wasn't hurt, but the words tangled in my throat. She stepped forward, wrapped a cloth around my wrist, and pulled hard. I stumbled forward. That was the only way they got me out. By dragging me against the pole. They didn't say much on the way back, only that I'd been missing for 8 days, that I was the 3rd solo entrant this year, and the first one retrieved. I asked about the others. The woman looked away. Back at base, they ran me through the standard medicals. Malnourished, dehydrated, early signs of hypothermia, but no injuries, no scratches, no bruises. My boots were clean, too clean, like I'd never walked through underbrush at all. I left the area, tried to start over somewhere new, got a job cleaning boats downstate, lived quiet, kept to myself, but the pull never went away. It was weaker, like a low tide, but it was there. Sometimes I'd wake facing north, hands curled into fists, my boots by the door. Last week, I saw an article online, one of those obscure local blogs. Search team lost in Churn Sector 9. 4 missing. No sign. GPS failed. Dogs wouldn't enter. The last signal was a distorted radio call. No words, just static. I've packed a small bag, just enough for the trip. I'm not bringing food this time. No compass, no tape. I don't expect to come back. The forest doesn't want searchers, it wants volunteers. It wants people like me, people already half gone. The first thing I noticed was how quiet the place was, even with the wind needling through the broken windows. That kind of quiet doesn't belong in buildings that large. It felt like the walls were listening, I was there as part of a historical preservation group doing assessments on decommissioned institutions. St. Elora's was last used in the 1980s, but originally dated back to the mid-1800s, a sprawling Gothic structure that had once served as a medical and psychiatric ward. It was designed for 250. At its peak, it held over 2,400 people. I had the original blueprints in hand, boots crunching through broken plaster, and my breath showing in the afternoon air. January cold, but not that cold until I crossed the threshold of Ward C. Then it dropped sharply. Frost shimmered on the edges of the cracked tiles, even though no windows were open. That's where I first saw her. She was standing near the corner of the room, half in shadow, cradling something to her chest. It was a faded stuffed rabbit, ears limp, one eye missing. She giggled, light and playful, the way kids do when they're alone and content. I opened my mouth, but my voice caught. The girl couldn't have been more than 6 years old. She vanished as I blinked. Later, going over the old files, I found notes about a child, Elena, admitted in 1902. Her parents had passed from typhoid. She wasn't ill, not at first, but they kept her anyway, said she had nowhere to go. She died 3 years later during a severe winter after a respiratory event, which was administrative speak for suffocation. The heating had failed in that wing for nearly 2 weeks. Back in the present, my colleague Jen arrived 2 hours after me. She was more practical, less prone to the nerves that places like this brought on. She'd been inside for all of 20 minutes before I heard her shout. Not a scream, more like anger. She had 3 fresh scratches on her upper arm, through 2 layers of clothing, long, curved, like the kind a cat might leave, but deeper. No animals lived in that place. She'd been standing in the hallway facing the wall when she felt it, not saw it, just felt it, raking across her skin with no warning. I tried to stay rational. We'd both worked old sites before. Rotting floors, unsafe stairs, even the occasional junkie squatter. But this wasn't that. There was a kind of pressure in the air that built with each room we walked through. We reached the West Wing on the second day. That was where the worst of it had happened. During the summer of 1953, a riot broke out, sparked apparently by an abrupt cut to food rations and sanitation. Staff had been reduced to a skeleton crew, some quitting outright. One of the inmates, a man named Luther Varn, had been known for his strength over 6 feet tall, around 280 pounds, mostly kept sedated. During the riot, the staff couldn't reach him in time. He was found hours later dead in the stairwell. No clear cause, no visible wounds, just gone. There were rumors in the files, whispers from staff who'd transferred out shortly after. Some said he'd been crushed, though his body showed no trauma. Others believed he'd suffocated, yet his lungs were intact. The most persistent account was that he had simply dropped, eyes wide, face twisted, not in fear but in confusion. Jen and I stood on that very stairwell. The metal steps were still stained, though years of dust and rain had dulled it to a rusty hue. I remember the air, thick, almost humid. My ears started ringing. Not a high-pitched whine, but a low, insistent buzz, like standing too close to a substation. We didn't speak. We just left. The third day, we brought thermal sensors to document the sharp temperature drops. The readings were inconsistent. In some rooms, the temperature would be normal, 35 degrees Fahrenheit. Others would plummet to near zero, only in the spots where patients had reportedly died. Most dramatically, the far end of Ward E. That wing had housed children during the peak overcrowding. Nearly 400 in a space meant for 30. We set up a motion-activated camera and left it running overnight. When we retrieved it the next morning, the footage was corrupted, except for one clip. It showed the hallway, empty at first. Then, frame by frame, an object moved into view. The rabbit. The same toy I had seen in the arms of the girl on my first day. It rolled slowly across the floor, then stopped as if someone had picked it up. We didn't talk about the footage. We didn't talk much at all after that. One of our team, Alan, arrived late and stayed only one night. We found him outside the facility at dawn, sitting against his truck, white as a sheet. He refused to re-enter, said something had pushed him hard while he was walking down the corridor near the hydrotherapy chamber. He thought it was Jen playing a prank until he turned and saw nothing. Just empty hall. His back hit the wall so hard it left a crack in the plaster. From that point on, no one went inside alone. But I did, once more. I don't know why. Some kind of pull, I guess. I wanted to see Ward Theft. It had been sealed for decades, after a structural collapse in the 1970s. But I found a narrow way in through a side passage. Had to crawl over some fallen beams. I carried a small recorder and a flashlight. The ward was strangely intact. Beds still bolted to the floors, IV poles rusting in place, charts scattered across the ground. Most dated 1965 to 1968. I turned to leave, and that's when I heard it. Laughter, not a giggle this time. A deep, layered sound. It didn't echo. It filled the space. The flashlight flickered. My breath clouded instantly. I saw shadows moving, not on the walls but within the light, like something intercepting the beam, absorbing it rather than casting it. Then it shoved me. My shoulder hit the corner of a bed frame. Metal caught my skin. I fell hard, gasping from the sudden pain, and felt the presence rush past, like a crowd of people stampeding in utter silence. I crawled out. Didn't run. Just crawled until I was in daylight again. The injury wasn't serious, just a bruise and a gash. But I never went back inside. Jen and I filed the final report, carefully omitting the more subjective elements. But we did push for full closure and resealing of the site. And we warned the board against any public tours, no matter how profitable the idea seemed. I dream about it now, about that rabbit. It's always sitting on the floor, just out of reach, and the air is so cold I can't move. The girl is there sometimes. Other times I see Luther standing in the stairwell, his expression blank, waiting for something to start again. Maybe it's not about vengeance. Maybe it's just pain echoing forever in stone and steel. St. Alora's didn't just house suffering, it multiplied it. I've driven through that tunnel more times than I can count. But there's one night I won't forget. Can't forget no matter how many miles I put behind me. They call it cursed. But when you're just a guy hauling loads through the mountains, curses don't mean much. Paychecks do. Deadlines do. Still, the first time I laid eyes on that mouth of black carved into stone, I felt something tug deep in my chest. Like the mountain itself didn't want to be opened. They started building it back in 27. The story goes that the length of the tunnel, 3,333 feet, matches some unlucky sequence, whispered about in local folklore, though nobody can agree where it came from. All I know is the numbers painted in thick black numerals on the maintenance sign, just before the entrance, makes it hard to forget. I took the job as a laborer when the company was expanding the approach roads. They were still finishing up the auxiliary tunnel and ventilation systems, even after all these years. There's always something being patched up, reinforced, or retrofitted. The mountain shifts, concrete cracks. We were a rotating crew. Me, Victor, Lang, a few others. Good men. We worked through bone-cold nights, our breath fogging inside our masks, the roar of drills echoing like screams in the hollowed rock. Victor was the first of us to start talking about the mirror. It was bolted to the far wall in one of the emergency pull-off bays. An old convex mirror, probably meant to help drivers spot hazards when exiting. But Victor swore up and down it wasn't right. Doesn't show what's there, he muttered, half laughing, half scared. Shows what was. He said he saw a man in coveralls, soot-blackened and coughing up blood, just standing there behind him. But when he turned, nothing. We ribbed him for it. Said he needed sleep. Maybe less whiskey in his thermos. Then Lang fell. We were rigging light fixtures on the inner vault, high up on scaffolding when his harness snapped. It shouldn't have. We all checked our gear religiously. OSHA had crawled over us like ants since that first worker fatality back in the 30s. But Lang's strap just gave out. I saw his body twist as he dropped, the light from his helmet flickering like a falling star, before it smashed on the ground. He died before we got him to daylight. After that, things changed. Victor stopped coming to work, started sending us messages in the middle of the night, garbled voicemails where I could barely make out what he was saying. Something about how the tunnel didn't forget, how the ones who died were still in there, working, watching, cold fingers on your neck when you bent down, breaths on your face that weren't yours. I didn't want to believe him. I really didn't. But then the driving started to get strange. I haul freight now. Night runs through the pass, mostly. The tunnel's the fastest route. Or it used to be. I'd never liked going through it after midnight, but some nights you don't get a choice. That first icy moment hit me just past the halfway mark. My heater was cranked up, cab sealed tight. Still, I felt the temperature drop like I'd driven into a freezer. The windshield fogged from the outside in. Then the wheel got stiff. My arms locked up. I couldn't move them, not even a twitch. I wasn't steering anymore, I was just there, and behind me. I saw it, in the mirror. Not the side mirrors, I mean the little dash mirror I kept hanging. Polished clean every run. The reflection showed my cab. Sure, but someone was sitting behind me. Pale face, sunken eyes. She didn't blink, just watched. I made it out somehow. I remember lurching forward, gasping like I'd been drowning. The truck slewing slightly as I regained control. The air outside felt like fire against my skin after the cold inside. The worst part was that I didn't tell anyone. Not then, because everyone who drives that route has a story. You'll hear them at the truck stop just past the range. Guys who swear their radios go dead in the middle of the tunnel. Women who say they felt hands on their thighs when they were alone in the cab. One man claimed his dog started whimpering 10 miles before the entrance and pissed itself the moment they hit the midpoint. The animal died a week later. Nobody knew why. And always, someone brings up the woman in white. Sometimes she's standing at the entrance. Sometimes just inside. Never walking, always still. Dressed in an old-fashioned coat, her hair wet and stringy, like she just crawled out of something deep. One motorist reported seeing her lying in the middle of the lane, unmoving. They slammed the brakes, got out. Nothing there, but a smear of water stretched across the asphalt like someone had dragged a soaked body off the road. We looked it up once, in the crew shack on a break. Found a report from the early 60s. A woman had fallen from the scaffolding during a rare maintenance operation. They hadn't even shut down the road. She was hit by 2 cars. Died instantly, they said. But no one ever found her shoes. I've seen her twice now. Once while checking the tire chains, looked up and she was by the mouth of the tunnel. Arms limp, head tilted. I blinked and she was gone. Second time was last year in the rear view, same as before. She was inside the cab with me. No sound, just presence. Sometimes I wonder if we brought it on ourselves. Too many hours chiseling into rock that didn't want to be hollowed out. Too many lives crushed under the weight of deadlines and budget cuts. I remember the memorial plaque they put near the service bay brass, polished with a list of names. The font is too small to read unless you step up close. And when you do, you're standing right in front of the mirror. They replaced the old convex one, installed a new flat panel, cleaner, brighter, but the reflections haven't changed. I saw Lang once, and it was raining, and I was waiting for clearance to pass a stalled car. Looked out the side mirror and saw a man in a hard hat walking the shoulder, just for a second. The thing is, Lang's gait was distinctive. He dragged one foot from an old injury. I saw that drag in the reflection. I even shouted, but there was no one there. Later, when I told Victor he'd started driving again by then. Shorter runs, but he still used the tunnel. He just nodded. Said they weren't stuck. They were part of it now. It's the mountain's way of remembering, he said. Through us. I didn't know what he meant until the paralysis happened a second time. This time I was hauling concrete forms. Midpoint again. Heater on. Engine humming. And suddenly, I couldn't breathe right. Not panic. Physical restriction like a belt tightening across my chest. My fingers went numb on the wheel. Vision tunneled. In the mirror, something was moving in the sleeper cabin behind me. Just a shadow, but it had weight, shape. I must have blacked out. Came to outside the far exit, parked on the shoulder, hazard lights blinking. 30 minutes lost, no memory. Since then, I only drive that way when I have to, and never alone. I started noticing little things. My rearview mirror needs adjusting every time I leave the tunnel, always tilted slightly downward, as if someone shorter had been sitting in the driver's seat. My glove box opens by itself sometimes, only inside the tunnel. Last month, a rookie driver flipped his rig just before the entrance. Said he saw someone standing in the middle of the road. A woman in white. He swerved and skidded out. He survived, barely, but he refuses to ever drive through the range again. I don't blame him. The tunnel's still there, still in use. Engineers patch it. Inspectors sign off. They ignore the rising tally of driver fatigue accidents. Say the mountain's tough. Weather's unpredictable. But they don't talk about the pattern, the midpoint paralysis, the mirrors, the woman, the ones who were never recovered, the ones who still linger in glass. I passed through again, 2 nights ago. Light load, clear sky, made it through without incident, until I checked my side mirror and saw something written in the grime across the trailer. 3 digits. 3, 3, 3. And below that, a smudge like a handprint, fingers dragging down. I was hired at the Crescent Ridge Hotel in the spring of 2014. It was one of those boutique places with a long history and a stubborn insistence on preserving the past. Wide hallways with crown molding, brass fixtures polished daily, and rooms that still had actual keys on heavy fobs. The kind of place where the wallpaper held stories, and the floorboards had opinions. I was on the facilities team, janitorial mostly, but they liked calling us house operations. My shift started late afternoon and ran past midnight. The pay wasn't great, but I liked the quiet. There was something calming about the late hours, about vacuuming empty halls while the world slept. That calm didn't last long. The first time I noticed something wrong, it was the rocking chair. Room 217 had been closed to guests since before I started. Management said it was for renovations, but we all knew better. The furniture from that room had been moved into the north service closet, including a creaky old rocking chair, oak arms, worn cushion, joints that groaned when you touched them. That chair started to rock on its own. At first I thought maybe someone was messing with me, one of the night crew pulling a prank. But it would happen even when I was alone. I'd unlock the closet to grab supplies, and there it would be swaying gently back and forth as if someone had just stood up and stepped away. The air in the room felt weird, thick and cold like you'd walked into a freezer. I never saw anyone, but I felt it, the presence, a weight in the room that didn't want to be seen. After a few weeks, I started to dread that closet. I'd keep the door open just long enough to grab what I needed, then slam it shut and move on. I didn't tell anyone. Not because I was scared, though I was, but because I knew how it would sound. A chair rocking by itself. It's the kind of thing that gets you laughed out of a job. But then came the bellboy. It was late, close to 1 in the morning. I'd just finished mopping the East Wing hallway when I saw movement near the guest elevators. A man in a dark uniform stepped out of the service corridor. Short, trim build, little cap on his head, and the kind of posture you only see in people trained to serve. He didn't look at me, just walked past like he had somewhere important to be. His footsteps made no sound. No creak, no thud on the old floorboards. Just silence. I called out to him thinking maybe it was a new hire I hadn't met. He didn't respond. Just turned the corner near room 220 and disappeared. When I followed, the hallway was empty. I kept that one to myself too. Until I met Ellis. Ellis had worked at the hotel for almost 3 decades. Mostly maintenance, but he knew everything and everyone. We crossed paths one night during a pipe check, and I must have looked rattled because he asked if I was sleeping okay. I told him about the bellboy carefully, like I was telling a story I'd heard instead of something I'd seen. He didn't laugh, just nodded slowly and said, "He still shows up now and then. That was the first time I heard the story of Room 217. Back in 1927, the Crescent Ridge had been the pride of the county. Elegant, refined. It attracted politicians, celebrities, and wealthy travelers. One night, a guest was found in room 217, dead from massive blood loss. A robbery gone wrong, they said. The killer had come through the connecting door from the adjacent room, slit the guest's thigh to sever the femoral artery, and fled with a bag of jewelry and cash. The victim bled out within minutes. There were signs of a struggle, furniture overturned, the bed soaked in red. No one was ever caught. The bellboy had discovered the body. Ellis said the kid was barely 20. Found the door ajar, stepped in, saw the scene, and ran screaming. He quit the next day. No one could blame him. But that wasn't the end. Guests started complaining about strange noises in 217, whispers, footsteps, the sound of furniture moving when no one was there. One woman swore she woke up to see a man in uniform standing at the foot of her bed, silent and still. Another guest said the chair by the window rocked all night, even though the window was shut and there was no draft. Eventually, the hotel sealed the room. They moved the furniture into storage and quietly scrubbed 217 from the booking system. But it didn't help. People still saw the bellboy. Staff reported cold spots, odd noises, objects shifting without explanation. A few refused to go near that wing at all. After Ellis told me all this, I started paying closer attention. The rocking chair wasn't just rocking. It was always in a slightly different spot, turned toward the closet door some nights, angled toward the back wall on others. I'd mark its legs with chalk just to be sure. The marks would shift. Not a lot, just enough to tell me I wasn't imagining it. One night, I brought in a small motion camera. Not official protocol, but I had to know. I left it aimed at the chair and reviewed the footage the next morning. Nothing moved for the first 3 hours. Then, at 3:12 a.m., the chair slowly began to sway. No wind, no tremor, just motion. It rocked for a full minute, then stilled, and then a shadow passed in front of the lens. Not a person, just a shape, low and fast. I rewound the footage over and over, but it was always the same, a blur of darkness, gone too fast to define. That was the last night I used the camera. I didn't want to see anything else. In January of the following year, a guest broke into room 217. He was drunk, maybe high, snuck past the front desk and used a stolen key. Security found him 20 minutes later, unconscious in the hallway, babbling about voices, and a man with empty eyes. He claimed someone had tried to drag him back into the room. There were scratches on his forearms, deep enough to scar. After that, they nailed the door shut. I never saw inside, but Ellis had said the carpet was still stained beneath the fresh install. Claimed you could feel the air change when you crossed the threshold. The bellboy sightings continued. I saw him 3 more times. Always late, always silent. Once he stood outside a room, looking down at the knob like he was deciding whether to knock. Another time, he moved from one end of the hall to the other, pausing at every door like he was delivering messages only he could hear. I never saw his face. And then I made a mistake. It was a slow night. I was alone on the floor, wiping down banisters when I heard something down the hall. A thump, then another, soft, rhythmic. I followed the sound to the service closet, the rocking chair. It was moving hard now, thudding against the back wall with each swing. I should have closed the door. I should have walked away. But I stepped in. The moment I crossed the threshold, the air tightened. My ears popped. It was like stepping into a pressure chamber. The chair stopped moving, and then I saw the blood. Not real blood, not fresh, but a stain. Dark, brownish, red, pooled beneath the chair where there hadn't been anything before. I took a step back, and something whispered behind me. Not words, just breath. I turned, heart pounding, but the room was empty. I backed out, shut the door, and walked straight to Ellis. Told him everything. This time I didn't leave anything out. He didn't seem surprised. Just told me to leave it be. Some jobs never end, he said. Not even after you clock out for good. I gave my notice a week later. I still think about that place. Sometimes I wonder if the bellboy ever finished his rounds. If the guest in 2117 still bleeds in silence. If the chair still rocks for no one. I never went back to find out. It started with the sound of water, not the ocean. I'd long grown used to that lull, but the wet patter of bare feet slapping softly against steel decking. I heard it before I saw them. It was just after midnight, and I was walking my last rounds as a junior crew member aboard the Orpheus, a converted passenger liner pressed into wartime service. The ship was mostly quiet, engines churning deep below as we pushed through the dark North Atlantic. I was alone on sea deck when I turned a corner and stopped cold. There were wet footprints trailing across the dry floor. They didn't lead from anywhere, not from a cabin or a pool, just appeared halfway down the corridor and vanished again near the stairwell. I looked around, no sound, no child running, no prankster crewmen. I stood there staring, heart starting to tap faster in my chest. The prints were small, child-sized, and yet every cabin on this deck was empty. Had been for over a year since the incident. We weren't supposed to talk about the drownings. It had been 1936. The ship was docked for a brief stopover in Gibraltar. A group of families had boarded during the stop, civilians on some government errand. I never knew the details. Among them a child, maybe 6 or 7, had slipped away during a lull and wandered into the ship's internal pool. Part of the original luxury design. A deckhand found the body floating, face down, the water eerily still. No splash, no cries for help. The mother never recovered. Neither, I think, did the ship. The pool was drained and sealed off. That should have been the end of it. But since then, odd things had begun to happen. Small things at first. Faucets left running. Damp handprints on cabin mirrors. I didn't believe any of it until I saw those prints myself. The real shift came in 1942. I had returned to the Orpheus after a brief medical leave. The crew had changed. War rotations meant new faces every few weeks. But the ship felt heavier somehow. I don't mean the load. I mean the air. The corridors seemed narrower, the light colder, and the engine room, God help me, was the worst of all. That's where Jenkins died. He was a seasoned engineer, older than most of us, solid and careful. I'd spoken to him not an hour before he went below for a routine pressure check. There was no alarm, no scream. Someone found him in the starboard compartment during a shift change. His head had been crushed, cleanly. No moving parts nearby, no explanation. Just a smear of blood on the wall, and his body slumped against the piping. The official report blamed a fall. But we all knew, you don't fall in a crouched position with your head 6 inches from the wall. That's when the rest of the crew started seeing things. Bunk lights would flicker violently for minutes at a time, especially in cabins near the old pool. Bedding would be tugged off sleeping sailors. Some swore they woke up to see a child standing at the foot of their bunk, dripping wet and staring. I never saw that, but I did feel it. Something watching, especially at night. Something wet. Then came the collision. It was 1943, deep into convoy duty. The fog was thick that night, visibility almost zero. Radar was unreliable. Nothing new. But something went wrong, terribly wrong. An escort vessel veered into our port side at full speed. The impact was deafening. Metal shrieked like it was alive. Compartments crumpled like paper. Fires broke out. We lost power for 30 minutes. Over 300 people died in the chaos, most of them trapped below decks. The ship didn't sink, but it never truly recovered. Neither did I. I stayed on through the patchwork repairs and reassignment. They said we were lucky that the Orpheus had held together through sheer fortune and steel. But I think the ship simply refused to die. It's 1954 now, and I've come back not as crew this time, but as a guest on a historical tour. They've restored the Orpheus to something close to her original form, a tribute to maritime resilience, the brochure says. They never mention the deaths, Not the child. Not Jenkins. Not the 300. They certainly don't talk about the cabin I've been assigned. The 107. It's the same one I used to patrol outside. Same corridor where the footprints appeared. I didn't request it. They said it was the only one available. First night back, I didn't sleep. The light over the sink flickered every 15 seconds, regular as a clock. I unplugged the lamp. It kept flickering. Second night, I heard something in the walls. Not rats, too rhythmic. It sounded like breathing. Slow, shallow. I pressed my ear to the paneling, held my breath. There it was again. Inhale, exhale, as if the ship itself were alive, or something inside it was. On the third night, I woke to the sound of dripping. The sink was dry. The bathroom floor, however, was not. There were footprints again, starting from the wall behind the shower, leading out into the hallway. I followed them, out past the cabins, past the old mess hall, down the corridor toward what used to be the pool. The door, once sealed, now stood open for restoration work. No lights inside, just the faint glint of moisture on tile. I stepped in. The air was warm, humid. My skin prickled. The footprints ended at the pool's edge. It had been drained decades ago, but tonight it was full. Still water, dark, perfectly still. I stood there, watching, heart pounding. Then the surface rippled. Something had moved beneath. Not a fish, not a current. Something rising. I backed away. My foot hit a mop bucket and sent it clattering. The sound echoed like a gunshot. When I looked back, the pool was empty again. Dry, cracked tiles and all. The water had never been there. I left the ship the next morning. Cut the tour short. Told the guide I was feeling ill. They didn't argue, I think they knew. I've spoken to a few others since, old crew, archivists, a few brave tourists. The stories match. Lights, noises, footprints. The girl is always wet. The engine room still smells faintly of oil and something coppery. No one wants to stay below deck at night, and they all say the same thing. The ship remembers, not just the war or the collision. It remembers every loss, every scream, every silence. The Orpheus is saturated with it. Grief, fear, unfinished endings, like it's soaked into the steel, into the rivets, into the bones of the thing. Some ships sank. This one stayed. And in staying, it became something else. Something that carries not just people, but echoes. I don't know what will happen to the Orpheus in another decade, or 100 years. Maybe she'll be scrapped. Maybe turned into a museum. Maybe she'll just disappear, like the sea occasionally demands. But I do know this, that if you ever walk her decks alone at night and hear footsteps that don't belong to you, don't follow them. Don't look. Just keep walking. Quickly, quietly, and never ever go near the pool. They say justice was served. That's what the brass plaque on the courtroom wall reads, dull and oxidized, mounted just to the left of the old wooden bench where the judge once presided. I walked past it every day for the last 4 months. Same steps, same polished tiles, same heavy air, as part of my assignment cataloging artifacts in defunct municipal buildings across the state. But nothing prepared me for what I felt in that room. Not the air, not the sound. The courthouse hadn't seen a trial in decades. Closed in the early 60s, stripped of its legal authority. It had become a historical landmark. At first glance, it was the usual dust-covered law books, rotting file folders, and a lingering smell of mildew that no amount of cross-ventilation could fix. But in courtroom B, something clung to the woodwork. The light behaved differently there, even on clear days, softer, muted, and the air always cold. I noticed it the first time I stepped through the door. A sharp contrast to the humid July afternoon outside. The room carried a sudden shocking chill like I'd walked into a freezer. I remember checking the windows for drafts, even crouching to feel for air vents along the baseboards. Nothing. The radiator was ancient and dead. I tried to brush it off. Old buildings do weird things. Then came the singing. Soft, tuneless at first, like someone humming to themselves in the next room. It wasn't music exactly, more like a nursery rhyme forgotten halfway through. I froze, convinced someone had wandered in behind me, but when I checked the hallway, it was empty. My radio was off. My phone had no signal. The building was locked. The singing stopped. The moment I stepped back inside, it didn't come again for 2 days. The records were a mess. Scattered court transcripts, old newspaper clippings, some yellowed photographs. I found a file marked E. Mays, 1942. I almost didn't bother. Executions were rare in this district, and the case looked thin, mostly illegible carbon copies. But then I saw her name, Florence Walcott. I knew that name from somewhere. A history podcast maybe, or one of the old trial documentaries. She wasn't the one executed. That was Edward Mays. But it was her plan that got him there. From what I pieced together, Florence had orchestrated a robbery that turned into a murder. A man was found beaten to death in his home. A local shop owner known to carry large sums of cash. Mays did the deed, but it was Florence who'd picked the target, supplied the weapon, and ensured he'd be alone that night. She wore white to the trial, not a speck of remorse. The papers called her the Magnolia Widow. Edward Mays never spoke during the proceedings. Not once. Not even at sentencing. His public defender called it shame-induced silence. But I saw the photographs, something in his eyes, not guilt, just blankness. They executed him in September of 42. The chair was borrowed from a larger county, wheeled in, set up in the basement below the courtroom, and wired by a state electrician. Quick and clean as far as executions go. But then the report started. The guard on shift claimed he heard footsteps overhead, hours after the building had been locked. Another said he found the courtroom door wide open one morning, despite securing it himself the night before. By the 50s, it was common knowledge among courthouse staff. Don't linger in courtroom B after sunset. Don't answer if someone sings. I didn't believe any of it. Not really. Not until I started hearing her too. Not just singing, but words. Faint, repetitive. See me now. See me true. It happened at random. Sometimes while I was logging exhibits. Sometimes while I was alone on lunch. But always from the same spot. The far corner of the courtroom near the defendant's table. I set up an old recorder once. Left it running while I stepped out for coffee. Nothing showed up on playback. But when I was there, present, still, she'd come. Then came the figure. It was early September, the same week as the anniversary of the execution. I had just finished photographing the judge's bench when I saw movement in the reflection of a framed certificate. A flicker, barely a shape. When I turned, there she was, a young woman in an outdated dress, standing near the gallery watching me. Her face was pale, almost luminous in the courtroom gloom. She didn't move, didn't speak, just watched. I stepped back, heart pounding, and she vanished, gone between blinks. I didn't tell anyone. What would I say? That I saw a ghost? That she watched me like she knew I'd found the files? Over the next week, the cold deepened, even during warm spells. My breath misted in the air. Metal objects stung my fingers when I touched them. And always that sense of being watched. Florence's file had disappeared from my desk twice. Once I found it on the courtroom floor, another time propped up against the chair where Mays had sat. I started locking the file drawers. Still it moved. I became obsessed. I looked up Florence's final days. She was never charged. Lack of direct evidence, according to the district attorney. She remarried, moved to Chicago, and died in 1963 in a car accident. But in every photo, every court sketch, she looked smug, untouched. It didn't sit right. One afternoon, while sifting through archived letters in the adjacent room, I found a note slipped behind a drawer. No envelope, just a single sheet, folded once. The paper was brittle, the ink faint. It read, "She promised I'd live. Said he'd only be scared. I didn't know he'd die. I didn't mean to. I didn't." No signature, just that. I think it was Edward. I think he wrote it during the trial. maybe even in the hours before his execution. The handwriting didn't match court records, but something about the tone, it felt desperate. Young, betrayed. That night, the singing came closer. Not from the corner, from right behind me. I didn't turn around. I couldn't. Every hair on my body stood up. The voice was right at my ear, whispering the same rhyme. Only now it had a new line. See me now. See me true. Blame the one who gave me you. I left the building in a panic. Slept in my car. When I returned the next morning, the courtroom felt different. Emptier, like something had been said that couldn't be taken back. That was the day I saw the second figure. Not a girl. A man. Slumped in the defendant's chair. His face shadowed. Indistinct. But his hands gripped the arms of the chair like he was bracing for something. Waiting. I knew, somehow it was him. Maze. And he didn't look at me. He looked at the floor. At the spot where Florence had once stood and lied. They never appeared together. Only one at a time. One watching. One waiting. I moved the files. Tried to catalog them faster. I should have stopped, but it felt like leaving the job undone would trap them both. Like the building itself held them here. Not the walls, but the memory. The echo of judgment rendered and truth ignored. On my final day, I stood at the judge's bench and read the verdict aloud. No one else was there. I just needed to say it. Not for Maze, for her, for the one who still sang. I spoke the words exactly as they were written. We find the defendant guilty of murder in the first degree. The cold vanished just for a moment. A breath of warm air, and then silence. True silence. I don't know what happened. I don't claim to understand ghosts or spirits or whatever that was. But I haven't heard the singing since. The plaque still reads the same. Justice was served. But now when I walk past it, I feel something else. Not anger, not sorrow, relief. There's a hotel in Chicago that most people wouldn't think twice about. It's elegant but understated. The kind of place where you assume people in tailored suits and silk scarves might sip cocktails after an evening at the theater. That's exactly why I chose it. I was in town for a charity gala, and everything about the place matched my aesthetic. Refined, a little old world with just the right amount of mystery. The woman at the front desk complimented my dress. She said it reminded her of someone who used to stay here long ago. I didn't think much of it at the time. I'd heard that before. My style tends to evoke the 1920s. The bellhop brought up my luggage, and when I opened the door to my suite, I was immediately taken by the view. Lake Michigan, smooth and silver under a dusky sky. The room was perfect. Polished wood floors, crisp white sheets, thick velvet curtains. On the nightstand was a small glass vase with fresh flowers. Pale pink peonies. I hadn't asked for them. I assumed they were a complimentary touch, part of the hotel's charm. But something about them felt oddly personal. That first night, I remember being pulled from sleep. Around 3 a.m., I thought I heard laughter. Faint, feminine, like someone giggling just behind the wall. The kind of laughter you associate with secrets shared over martinis. I was half asleep and groggy, convinced it was just sound traveling from another room. The second night, it happened again. This time, the laughter was followed by a whisper I couldn't make out. Soft, lilting, too delicate to grasp clearly. I sat up and waited. Nothing. Just the heavy silence of the old hotel. Then I noticed the flowers had changed. The peonies were still there, but a new bloom had joined them. White lilac. Not the kind you find in bouquets. The real fragrant kind you pluck from a garden. Again, I hadn't called down. I hadn't seen housekeeping. But there they were, fresh and impossibly fragrant. On the third night, the elevator stopped on the 14th floor while I was coming back from the gala. I hadn't pressed that button. My suite was on the 17th. The doors opened slowly. The hallway beyond was dim. No one stepped in. I leaned forward slightly to peek out, and for a second I thought I saw someone. A woman. Tall, poised, in a red evening gown, but it was just a flash, and then the hall was empty. I hit the button again and went straight up. That night, sleep came uneasily. I lay in bed staring at the ceiling, waiting for the laughter, but it never came. Instead, I woke around dawn to find a new note by the flowers. It was folded and tucked under the vase. There was no hotel stationery, just a piece of age cream paper with one line written in delicate cursive, "Always gracious, even in death." I left the room immediately. Downstairs, I asked the front desk about the note, about the flowers. The woman smiled politely but said there was no record of floral delivery to my suite. Housekeeping hadn't entered my room during my stay, as per my privacy request. She offered to have someone come up and check. I said no. Instead, I walked through the lobby, hoping to shake the unease. There were photos lining one wall, black and white images of the hotel from its earliest days. One caught my eye. A gala, 1928. The guests in tuxedos and flapper dresses, and there she was, the woman in the red gown. Her name wasn't listed, but she stood out, statuesque, elegant, with her hand resting lightly on the arm of a man beside her. His face was harder to see, half-turned, but he looked sharp, confident, maybe too confident. I found myself staring at that photo longer than I meant to. The woman behind the concierge desk noticed and came over. She told me the story in a hushed voice, like someone sharing a secret at a cocktail party. The woman had been a regular guest back in the late 20s. She was known for her beauty, her charm. She always wore red to the hotel's events. But one night she didn't check out. They found her in the suite on the 14th floor. Blunt trauma to the back of her head. No sign of forced entry. Her companion, the man in the photo, vanished the same night. Some said it was a lover's quarrel. Others hinted at something darker. Jealousy, betrayal, even blackmail. The hotel never publicly acknowledged the murder, but guests started reporting odd things. Elevators that stopped on 14 without being summoned. Gifts appearing in rooms, flowers, jewelry, handwritten notes. Always tasteful, always beautiful, and always following the same guests. Women, stylish, alone. By the fourth day, I had moved my luggage into a different hotel. Something more modern, sterile, free of vintage charm, and any suggestion of ghosts. But I still felt her. I'd lie in bed and swear I could smell peonies. I'd turn corners and expect to see that red dress flash past, and I couldn't stop thinking about the note. Always gracious, even in death. Like she was still hosting, still welcoming, still trying to make guests feel at home. It's been a few years since then. I've gone back to Chicago, but I won't stay at that hotel again. I can't. The last time I was nearby, I walked by just to look at it from across the street. From the outside, it's still beautiful, stone and brick. Warm lighting in the windows, but as I turned away, I caught my reflection in the glass, and standing just behind me, close enough to touch, was the woman in red, smiling, gracious, even in death. I don't talk about what happened at the Rothwell building. Not anymore. When people ask, I just say I left for a better position, safer work-life balance. I tell them. But the truth sits in me like old bruises, things that never quite fade. I started working there in 2018 as a maintenance contractor. The Rothwell building was one of those preserved historical structures, tucked between glassy new developments in downtown Charleston. Red brick, iron grates, original crown molding. Beneath all that charm was a foundation of rot, literal and otherwise. The top floors had been converted into administrative offices and a few rentable event spaces, but the basement 2 levels below ground was off limits to the public. That's where most of my work happened. Old water lines, faulty circuits, pest issues, the usual stuff. At first, there's a coldness in basements. Sure, but this was different. The air down there pressed in close, like it had weight. You'd go down alone and feel like someone else was pacing behind you. Lights flickered even after full rewiring. Tools vanished, only to turn up hours later in different rooms. sometimes in different drawers. I once found a wrench inside a sealed electrical panel, and I hadn't opened that panel in weeks. I tried to shrug it off. Historical buildings creak, settling wood, bad wiring. But then came the incident with Tanya, the night custodian. She was mopping near the old records room when she felt something shove her hard into the shelving. Broke 2 ribs. Said there was no one there. Security footage showed her suddenly flung sideways like someone had tackled her. After that, I started looking into the history of the place. Didn't take much digging. The Rothwell building had started life in the 1820s as a municipal hospital during the yellow fever epidemic. Thousands passed through. Hundreds died in the very basement I now worked in. It had once housed the infirmary, and later, when it overwhelmed capacity, became a temporary morgue. Then in 1832, something else happened. Patient John Lofton, a former physician turned alcoholic, had a violent confrontation with one of the junior doctors over medication doses. Eyewitnesses at the time claimed Lofton accused the doctor of letting people die to spare supplies. He pulled a concealed pistol and shot the man point blank, then turned it on another before being subdued. One died, one lived. Lofton was beaten so badly by staff he never regained consciousness. All 3 died in that same basement within hours. That's where the hostility started. That's what I believe now. In 2019, renovations began. The city wanted to convert the lower levels into museum space. I was contracted to assist the crews clearing the basement. They unearthed more than just dust and rust. Old hospital beds, bone saws, stacks of stained linen sealed in crates. The worst was the isolation wing. Cage doors, rusted manacles. One room had claw marks gouged into the brick deep, erratic. At first I thought it was vandalism, but there was no recent access. The hallway to that area had been bricked off in 1903 and only reopened during demolition. That's when the activity escalated. Doors slammed on their own. Radios picked up garbled voices, phrases we couldn't make out. Tools were flung from shelves. I watched a crowbar hover in the air, then drop like it had been thrown. The foreman called it quits that same day. We switched to daylight hours only. Still, the basement resisted us. Objects moved when we turned our backs. Water pooled without source. The stink of bleach and rot would rise suddenly, then vanish. Then came the night I stayed late. I was fixing a burst pipe that couldn't wait. The water main had ruptured near the old surgery room. Around 9 p.m., I heard footsteps behind me. Heavy, purposeful. I turned. No one. But the door had shut. Not slammed, just clicked shut. I tried the handle. Locked. Which made no sense. There was no keyhole, no bolt, just a push bar. Then the air changed. Thick, electric, like before a storm. My breath fogged. I could see it. It was summer. The lights above flickered, dimmed, then popped every one of them, until I was left in absolute dark. I pulled my flashlight, it wouldn't turn on. Batteries fresh. That's when I heard it. A voice, low, ragged. Not words, just breathing. Close. I backed against the far wall. Something scraped along the floor, slow and metallic. I was sure I was alone. Then pain. A sharp jab between my shoulder blades, like a needle or a scalpel. I spun, flashlight raised, but there was nothing. My shirt was torn, not caught, ripped. 3 clean slashes. They found me an hour later, unconscious. My radio had stopped transmitting. When I came to, I told them I slipped and hit my head. I didn't want to deal with the questions, but I didn't go back. I couldn't. Others did. Not many lasted. By 2021, they sealed the lower level again, said it was structurally unsound. But I've talked to former staff. One claimed she saw a bed levitate. Another was pinned to the wall by something unseen. The cleaning crew refused to go below the first sublevel. I did some digging. Unofficially. Found original blueprints. The basement wasn't just an infirmary. It had cells, holding rooms. For violent patients, sure. but also for contagious undesirables, as one report put it. Poor immigrants mostly, left to die without care. There's a room labeled locked on, not in patient records. In internal memos, no patient ID, just a warning, keep secured. Sometimes I dream of that room. Brick walls, metal table, blood on the ceiling, a man screaming without a face. Sometimes I wake with that same sharp pain in my back, always 3 marks. They tore the building down in 2025, said the foundation was unsalvageable. But I know better, they buried it. That basement's still there, under the concrete of the new plaza. And some nights, if you stand just right, you can hear footsteps echoing from beneath the ground. It started with the flowers, not bouquets or vases. No, it was the smell, thick and sweet, like jasmine crushed underfoot or gardenia blooming too fast. It would hang in the corridor just before the service door on the 2nd floor, thick enough to make you pause and look around, expecting to see someone holding perfume. But there was never anyone there. I started working nights at the Carrington Opera House in 2018. I'd just finished a degree I didn't care much about, and figured front of house staff at a historic venue would be a stepping stone. Make connections, meet the right people, maybe jumpstart something better. I'd grown up watching people with names float past velvet ropes. I thought I could be one of them if I stayed close enough to where they gathered. The Carrington is beautiful. Red velvet drapes, ornate gold railings, creaking wooden staircases. It used to be a lodging house in the late 1800s, for traveling performers mostly, and some rooms were converted into offices and lounges, but the bones of it were the same. I remember my second shift, I was sent upstairs to lock the doors after closing, and that smell hit me. Strong floral perfume. Way too out of place. It stopped me dead halfway up the stairs. Then it vanished. No draft, no air freshener nearby. Just gone, by my 3rd week. I knew others had noticed things too. I never asked directly, but I saw it in the way people moved. Some avoided the northeast corridor on the 2nd floor altogether. Some lingered by the balcony doors like they were waiting for someone they never wanted to see. One woman in housekeeping, Alina, told me she wouldn't work alone upstairs if the weather was bad. She didn't say why. I didn't tell anyone about the singing. It started the same night we had a sudden spring storm roll in. We were down to the last act of a traveling ballet company, and I was covering the 2nd floor lobby. I'd stepped back into the hallway to check the windows when I heard it. Soft, almost buried in the sound of rain and wind, but there a woman's voice, humming, not operatic. Something slower, almost like a lullaby. The corridor was empty. I checked the bathrooms. Empty. It stopped when I turned back toward the balcony doors. They're tall, old things. Frosted glass with a brass handle and a catch that never quite latches unless you push it just right. That night, the handle turned by itself. Not quickly. It just shifted, like someone on the other side was trying to come in from the storm. The lock held. I didn't go closer. The next day, I checked the archives during my break. There was a binder in the front office filled with old press clippings and anecdotes meant for tour guides, mostly. One short paragraph caught my eye. Local tragedy 1897. Aspiring socialite struck by lightning on Carrington balcony during charity gala. Unnamed in initial reports. Body discovered after delay due to confusion over thunderclap and applause. The note had no follow-up. Just a grainy photo of women in corsets and gloves. Backs turned to the camera. After that, I noticed her. Not clearly, never her face. Just the figure. A woman in red. Always red. Deep burgundy like the drapes. She'd appear reflected in glass sometimes when the 2nd floor lights were dimmed. Once I saw her directly. Far end of the hallway by the balcony. Her dress looked formal like an old ballroom gown. She wasn't moving. I blinked, and she was gone. People blamed the building. Old wood. Creaky floors. Acoustics bouncing oddly. But you can't mistake footsteps when they come toward you. You don't imagine the cadence of heels across polished floorboards, echoing when no one is there. You don't mishear the pause, the turn, like someone is coming to stand beside you. My supervisor brushed it off when I mentioned anything. "The Carringtons got stories," he said once, almost proudly. "They're good for business." But he didn't work upstairs after dark. The real turning point came last summer. We had a major event benefit for a local arts fund. Black tie. The place was packed. I was posted on the second floor, ushering VIPs to their boxes. Everyone was polished, perfect. The kind of night she would have died for. The storm hit right as the main act began. Sudden, hard, thunder rattled the windows. Lightning lit up the sky outside. And for a split second as I turned toward the lobby doors, I saw her, fully, clearly, standing on the balcony. She wasn't transparent, she wasn't floating. She looked solid, poised, waiting for applause that had already passed her by. I froze. She turned her head slightly like she heard something. Then she was gone. Just like that. 2 minutes later, a woman screamed in one of the corridor bathrooms. I ran down and found her standing just outside the door, pale, shaking. She said she'd been washing her hands when she smelled perfume. Overwhelming, cloying, thick. Then the humming started. Low, slow, tuneless. When she turned around, there was no one there. But the mirror had fogged up like someone had breathed on it. Security checked everything. No one found anything unusual. We told the woman it was a plumbing issue. Steam from a hot pipe, maybe. She didn't believe us. She didn't come back to work. I started doing some digging, unofficially. Asked around. An older usher named Frank remembered a rumor about a girl in the 1890s who tried to climb the social ladder through the charity circuit. Said she wasn't for money, but dressed like she was. Attended every event. Tried to befriend patrons and donors. He couldn't remember her name either, but he said she wanted to belong so bad she kept climbing right up to the balcony in a thunderstorm. He thought it was just poetic tragedy. I don't think he'd seen what I saw. That storm came through fast, but left something behind. The smell got stronger in the following weeks. More people reported hearing footsteps. Some claimed to hear singing during sound checks when the mics were off. One performer left mid-tour, citing unexplained pressures in their dressing room. They didn't go into detail. A new intern once asked me why there were scorch marks on the iron railing outside the second floor balcony. I told him it was rust. It wasn't. I'd seen it up close. It looked more like char, like a burst of lightning had kissed the metal once, and then been forgotten. Sometimes I wonder what she was thinking in that final moment. Standing there, dressed to impress, ready to step into the kind of world she'd clawed toward for years. Maybe she thought she'd finally made it. Maybe the thunder sounded like a crowd rising to its feet. Maybe she smiled. She never got her applause. Now she lingers, half in shadow, half in memory, waiting for the moment to come again. Sometimes she paces, like she's preparing to re-enter a room that's long since emptied. Sometimes she just waits by the glass, watching, hoping the storm will pass, but it never does. And every time the rain hits the glass just right, every time the scent returns or the soft steps echo through an empty hall, I remember her. I remember that ambition doesn't die quietly. It echoes. It was always worse in the rain. That stretch of forested highway near the old Green Hollow Junction seemed to hold the water longer than anywhere else, slicking the pavement like oil and muting everything but the low hum of your own thoughts. I worked nights delivering heavy equipment, slow, lumbering hauls with few turns and fewer eyes. That route was one of the few left where no one bothered you, not even the cops. That night I was about 2 hours into the run. The sky was thick, clouds sitting low enough that my headlights seemed to bounce off them. My radio had cut to static about 10 miles back. I'd fiddled with the dial, but it didn't matter what station I landed on. Same hiss like someone slowly tearing fabric right next to your ear. Even my GPS froze up, then rebooted, and when it came back it didn't show a road at all, just a blank field with my location icon sitting dead in the middle. I was coming up on the overpass, barely more than a concrete arch in the woods, covered in moss and vines. There wasn't supposed to be any infrastructure out there anymore. The county had rerouted most traffic to the new bypass a decade earlier. Still, every once in a while I saw someone parked off the shoulder. Always at night, always sitting still with the engine off. My truck lurched. Every warning light on the dash lit up in unison. Engine failure, electrical systems offline. I steered it over to the edge as best I could, and coasted to a stop just before the bridge. The rain had started to pick up, pelting the windshield like gravel. I killed the wipers. It didn't help much anyway, and sat there trying to get the system to reboot. I heard it before I saw anything. A sort of soft crackling, like a campfire underwater. Then the interior cabin lights flickered. Once, twice, then held steady. I hadn't turned them on. I opened the door. The rain was colder than it should have been for early fall. It stung like needles on my arms. I pulled my jacket tight and stepped down onto the gravel shoulder. That crackling sound was louder outside, and it wasn't coming from the truck. It was coming from the bridge. At first, I thought it was a trick of the fog. There were shapes standing just under the overpass. 4 of them. Humanoid, but not solid, like they were made of smoke or cellophane, pale and shifting in the windless air. They didn't move, didn't turn, just stood in a loose arc, all facing the same direction. I called out, just to see what would happen. Nothing, not even an echo. The static came back, louder now. I turned and looked at the truck. The cab lights were cycling on, off, on again, stuttering like they were synced to something unseen. My phone buzzed in my pocket. I pulled it out. The screen showed a voice memo app I hadn't opened. It was recording. I didn't remember hitting record. Then the bridge groaned. Not a metaphor. There was a deep structural sound, like shifting weight, like something old was trying to remember how it used to stand. I walked closer, just to the edge of the road, keeping to the gravel. The figures were still there, and now I could see something behind them. A shape lying at an angle, pinned under something large and jagged. It looked like a support beam. The image sharpened, not in reality but in my head, like a memory that didn't belong to me. A man, younger than me but hard-worn, in coveralls and a canvas cap. He was shouting to someone out of frame, laughing. Then a metal snap and his eyes went wide. He tried to run but didn't make it more than a step. The beam hit his shoulder first, then his back, folding him in half with a sound like wet wood breaking. I gasped. When I looked again, the vision was gone, but the shapes were still there, frozen. One of them was standing just a few feet from where the man had been crushed. I realized they were all facing that same spot, their heads slightly bowed. I stepped forward. The gravel felt wrong underfoot, softer, almost spongy. I knelt down and scraped a layer away with my hand. Underneath, the stones were blackened, not with soot, with age, like something had burned hot there decades ago, and the earth had never recovered. Then a low hum started up again, not from the truck, from my phone. I looked, it had switched to speaker mode, playing back the recording it had captured, but it wasn't my voice. It was just static and what sounded like garbled speech. I could make out maybe one word clear, repeated, rising in pitch each time, until it became a sharp, piercing tone. I dropped the phone. The screen cracked, but it kept playing. I backed up toward the truck, eyes still locked on the bridge. One of the figures moved, just slightly, its head turning toward me. Not fast, not threatening, but with a slow, inevitable weight like it was completing a circuit that had always included me. I turned and ran. I reached the truck and yanked the door open. The cab lights died as soon as I touched the handle. The engine still wouldn't turn over. I hit the starter again and again until the battery warning joined the other lights on the dash. Then, everything went dark. No headlights, no cabin light, not even the glow from the dashboard. But the static kept going. I looked out the windshield. Nothing. Just the black shape of the bridge, and the dull shimmer of the figures beneath it. Then, one by one, the figures faded. Not like they walked away, like they dissolved. First the leftmost, then the one next to it, until only one remained. The one who had turned. It started walking. Slow, Steady, no sound of footsteps, just that low static climbing again in the background, like my ears were trying to tune to the frequency of its movement. I couldn't do anything, couldn't move. I sat frozen as it reached the truck, paused at the passenger door and leaned forward. The window didn't fog. It didn't even ripple. It just looked in. No eyes, no mouth, just the faintest impression of a human face pressed into mist. Then it vanished. The truck roared to life. Every light on the dash blinked back in. The engine caught so fast the tires skidded slightly on the wet gravel. The headlights cut through the fog. The bridge was empty. I didn't stop to think. I threw it into gear and pulled a tight U-turn right there. Tires spraying water as I corrected. I took the long way back to town, an extra 40 miles through switchbacks and washed out lanes. When I finally pulled into the depot yard, my hands were shaking so badly I couldn't unclip the seatbelt for a minute. My supervisor came out to ask why I hadn't made the drop. I told him engine trouble. Static on the radio. GPS failure. He just nodded. You were near Green Hollow, weren't you? I said I was. He didn't ask anything else. Instead, he told me a story. Not all at once. More like someone peeling off a bandage they weren't sure should be removed. Said back in 1820, when that overpass was first being built, there was a crew of about a dozen men hauling beams in by mule and laying the first foundations. No machines back then, just winches and ropes and hope. One guy, Elijah, he thought the name was guiding a support into place when the pulley system failed. The beam swung wide and came down fast. Snapped a guy's spine clean in half. He died before anyone could even reach him. They had to pull his body out in pieces. The crew refused to finish the job. They left the beam where it had fallen and walked off site. Took weeks before another crew would touch it, and by then, the wood had warped, split with rain and heat. The replacement overpass was finished years later, using concrete instead. But the site never settled. Radio interference, engine stalls, strange lights, and always the figures. Sometimes seen by truckers, sometimes hikers, always at night, always near the bridge. He told me I was lucky I didn't get out of the cab. I didn't correct him. I never drove that route again. Didn't matter if they paid triple. Some nights, if the wind was right, I'd still hear static when there was no radio on. Once I threw my phone out the window after it woke me with garbled speech at 3 a.m. The last update to that road project was listed as delayed indefinitely. No one wants to finish what started there. No one wants to disturb the memory of a task left unfinished. I arrived at the cathedral just after sunrise, long before the usual tide of tourists flooded the nave. The building loomed in the winter light, its spires piercing through low clouds like fingers clawing at heaven. My boots echoed on the stone steps, and the moment I passed through the archway, the air shifted cooler, denser, as if something unseen was watching from the shadows between the pews. I was supposed to be there to observe, nothing more. The restoration team had called me in, former military now working security consultation, for a series of incidents they didn't want to publicize. Auditory disturbances, they'd said, visual anomalies, phrased clinically, like they were talking about a glitch in a security feed. But I'd done this long enough to know when people were scared. And they were scared. The first hour passed in silence. I walked the inner perimeter, tracing the edges of chapels and memorial alcoves, the soles of my boots brushing over tombstones set flush with the floor. Some bore names worn down to smooth anonymity. Others, sharp and legible, marked the interred remains of clergy, nobles, and soldiers going back centuries. Around 8:15, as the sun hit the stained glass above the altar, I heard it, barely audible, just beneath the usual creaks and groans of an old building settling into day. Whispered prayers. Not Latin, not English. I couldn't place the language, but it was rhythmic, intentional, like a chant murmured by someone kneeling just out of view. I swept through the aisles, one by one. No one was there. By noon, tourists began to trickle in. I kept my distance, posted near the back where I had a full view of the central aisle. A guide led a group through, their voices hushed, faces lit with a mix of reverence and distraction. That's when I saw him, the hooded figure. He stepped out from behind one of the stone columns and walked slowly down the aisle, hands folded in front of him. His robe was thick, brown, and unadorned, monastic. I assumed at first he was a reenactor, some hired piece of color for the visitors, but no one acknowledged him. Not the guide, not the tourists. No one turned to look, even as he passed right by them. I moved quickly, cutting across the opposite row of pews, trying to intercept him. But when I reached the crossing, the figure was gone. I hadn't heard a single footstep. Later that afternoon, I reviewed the security feed. There he was again. Same robe, same slow walk. But in the footage, his body blurred at the edges. Not like a camera glitch, more like a heat shimmer, as if he was too solid and not solid enough all at once. That night, I stayed behind after closing. One of the clergy, an older man named Father Renwick, offered me coffee in silence. We sat in the side chapel for hours, each pretending not to hear the faint chime of the small bell that hung from the sacristy door. It swung gently, too slow for wind, and always when no one was near. Renwick didn't comment until nearly midnight. "They never left," he said without looking at me. "The ones who gave their lives here. Some bled for their faith, others for their country. That kind of devotion doesn't fade." He didn't elaborate. I didn't ask. The following morning, I brought in my equipment, infrared motion sensors, wide-angle lenses. I set them at key locations, the central aisle, the crypt entrance, and along the inner perimeter where I'd first heard the whispering. The cameras caught more than I wanted. In the still frames, people weren't alone. Tourists standing near the pulpit had blurred outlines beside them. Tall, humanoid shapes, barely perceptible but clearly present. One photo showed a young woman smiling, her arm lifted for a selfie. Next to her, a gaunt face peered over her shoulder. Its features were smeared, but the eyes were vivid. A kind of pale fire stared directly into the lens. I double-checked the timestamp. She hadn't reacted. No one had. By the end of the week, word got out among the staff. They started avoiding the western transept. A few swore they heard boots on stone, late at night, always marching in formation. One custodian refused to work alone after he saw what he described as a wall of soldiers, men, in outdated uniforms standing shoulder to shoulder, silently watching as he mopped the floor. I requested historical records. The archives revealed that during multiple conflicts, Napoleonic, both world wars, the cathedral had been used alternately as a sanctuary, a command post, and a makeshift field hospital. Many died there, too injured to move, too faithful to flee. Their names were etched on brass plaques, but their stories remained mostly untold. I started spending more time in the crypt. It wasn't a full descent, just a half level beneath the altar, but the air changed dramatically down there. Thicker, older. I found stone niches sealed with iron grates, bones visible in some, others marked with crumbling inscriptions. One night, I heard breathing, close, not panicked, not labored, just steady, as if someone stood behind me. When I turned, the corridor was empty. My flashlight caught something on the wall, finger-length scratches in the dust, freshly made, parallel lines, as if a hand had pressed against the stone just moments earlier. I didn't mention that part in my report. A week later, we received a complaint from a tourist. A man in military fatigues had followed her through the naive, she claimed. Not modern fatigues, something older, stiff, formal. She thought it was a museum actor, until she turned to confront him and found herself alone. Her photo, taken moments before, showed the figure clearly behind her. A tall man in a button coat with a high collar, medals gleaming on his chest. She was crying when she left. The bishop asked me to scale back the surveillance. "We're not hunting ghosts," he said, but I wasn't so sure anymore. I started keeping a private log, cross-referencing sightings, auditory anomalies, and environmental changes. Patterns emerged. The hooded figure always appeared during or just after a prayer session. The bells rang whenever a new body was interred in the side chapel's ossuary. Even if no ceremony was performed, the soldiers, French, British, German, all appeared along the same path, a diagonal line cutting from the main entrance to the choir stalls. That path, I discovered, aligned perfectly with a buried wall from the original structure, long since demolished. According to old records, that section had served as a corridor for wounded soldiers during the occupation. I began to suspect the structure itself had absorbed something. Not haunted in the traditional sense, more like saturated, soaked through with a history that refused to quiet down. One evening, I stayed past curfew, alone. I walked the naive in full silence. My boots did not echo. The lights flickered once and held steady. As I passed beneath the clerestory windows, I felt the air shift again. Not cold, not warm, just full. The hooded figure appeared ahead of me. He stood facing the altar. I approached. Slow, deliberate. This time I got close enough to see beneath the hood. There was no face, no skin, no bone, just darkness, but not empty. The kind of darkness that pulses, that breathes. I blinked and he was gone. I turned, heart hammering, and saw them lined along the pews like a silent congregation. Soldiers, dozens of them, some with bandaged limbs, others pristine in their dress uniforms. No blood, no sound, just watchful silence. Then the bells began to ring. All of them, from the tower, the sacristy, the small handheld ones used during Mass. Their tones overlapped, creating a sound both solemn and deafening. I dropped to one knee, ears ringing, eyes squeezed shut. When I opened them, the cathedral was empty. The bells were still. In the days that followed, more photos emerged. Visitors posting on social media, unknowingly capturing shadowed figures just out of frame. A hand on a shoulder where no one stood. A smile in the background too wide, too fixed. The church never closed. They never do. Devotion, like trauma, roots itself deep. I left my final report on Father Renwick's desk. I knew he wouldn't read it. Not really. He didn't need to. He'd seen them too. On my last night, I stood at the entrance and looked back. The hooded figure was there again, halfway down the aisle, waiting. I was hired to inspect the old Harrow's Watch lighthouse. Not the tower itself really, just the surrounding grounds, and a series of mechanical conduits feeding into a now decommissioned boat lift system that used to transport maintenance skiffs across the Tide Slick Inlet. My specialty is old infrastructure, especially coastal. I know what rust sounds like under pressure. I know what dry bearings feel like before they lock, but nothing prepared me for what I found. Or maybe what found me out there. The job began like so many others. Wind off the sea, salt in the air. Everything creaking just slightly more than it should. The lighthouse hadn't been in active use since the mid-1980s, but local authorities maintained it as a navigational landmark and to some degree a historical site. My assignment came from the municipal maintenance office, a straightforward safety check following rumors of degraded pathways and some corroded mooring structures. The lift system was the real concern. Installed sometime around the turn of the 20th century, it ran along a steep track descending from the lighthouse's eastern platform down to a dock. No longer operational, but still structurally present. Ropes, pulleys, rusted cages and all. I first noticed something strange about an hour into the inspection. A thick silence settled across the bluff, the kind that isn't natural for coastal places. Even the gulls went quiet. I remember checking my tools, tightening the strap on my harness, tugging at the ropes anchoring my descent rig. The fall line took me halfway down the lift track where I needed to access a service hatch, once used for routine lubrication. I was 3 bolts into the cover plate when I heard them, children, laughing. At first it blended with the wind, that strange lilting cadence echoing up the cliff. I paused. Nothing around but stone, scrub, and that impossibly steep track. No houses for miles. No boats offshore. The tide was low, and the inlet sand flats were exposed. scattered with dark seaweed and crabs. Then I heard splashing. I stood up, harness still tethered to the upper stanchion, and leaned slightly to see down the rest of the track. It was there, far below, only for a moment, a flicker of movement. Two small shapes, darting through the ankle-high surf where the lift met the water. No, not shapes, children. A boy and a girl, pale clothes, darting between the rotted beams. I called out, but the wind took my voice. As quickly as they appeared, they were gone. I didn't report it right away. Not to my supervisor, not even to my wife when I called home that evening. I chalked it up to fatigue, optical illusions. After all, I was working with vertigo-inducing angles and decades-old metal under coastal glare. Not the best place for your brain to play tricks on you. But the next morning, I met Clara, groundskeeper for the small heritage group that maintained the property's signage and visitor plaques. She unlocked the tool shed for me and handed over the site's keys. "You hear them yet?" she asked. I looked up from the clipboard. "The kids," she said, like she was asking about the weather. "Most do, usually around dawn or just before dusk. Playing near the boat track." I asked if it was a local family, someone who let their kids run around unsupervised. She just shook her head. "They drowned. Long time ago. Mechanical fault with the lift. Slipped free. Cage hit the water too fast. Sank before anyone could pull them out." I must have looked skeptical. She pulled a laminated clipping from her bag. An old newspaper article. Two children, maybe 6 or 7 years old, smiling under a black and white banner. Siblings lost in tragic maritime accident. The article described a summer outing turned tragedy. Lift engaged with children aboard. Unattended. A retaining pin failed. Investigators blamed corrosion, fatigue. The boy's body was recovered hours later. The girls took a week. I should have left that day, but I didn't. Instead, I continued the inspection. That night, I stayed at the site in a small service trailer meant for multi-day jobs. The wind rattled the panels. The foghorn moaned once every 30 seconds. Standard timing. Comforting in a way. But even over that rhythmic pulse, I heard something else. Clinks. The faint scrape of metal on stone. Then again, the laughter. It was closer this time. I stepped outside with my flashlight, scanning the bluff. Nothing but my own footprints in the rustling seagrass. Then I heard a woman's voice. Barely a whisper. "Don't go down there." It came from the left. I turned. Just beyond the low stone wall near the edge of the bluff stood a figure. Long white garments billowed in the wind. She was facing the sea, unmoving. I shouted. No response. I crossed the wall in 4 steps. But when I got there, the cliff was empty. No footprints. No retreating figure. Just damp grass and sea spray. By the 3rd day, I was documenting strange readings. Localized cold spots along the lift's midsection. My thermal scanner dropped 7 degrees in less than a foot of movement. Nothing explainable by ambient shifts. Even weirder were the EVPs. I hadn't brought equipment for that, but a curious investigator had. Clara had called in a local paranormal tech, some guy with sound gear and EM sensors. I didn't care for that kind of stuff, but I watched as he ran his mic down the track. Children's voices, he muttered. Clear as anything. One asks for help. The other sings a nursery rhyme. We played it back. Static at first, then giggling, and faintly like a thread unspooling from another time. Row, row, row your boat. Gently down the stream, the man packed up before nightfall. That night the dream started. In one, I was on the lift, descending slowly. The fog was thick, water below. I could see something, someone bobbing. The boy perhaps. Pale eyes. Mouth open but no sound. Then the cage jerked, fell. Water surged around me. I couldn't breathe, woke gasping. I should have filed my report and left, but something compelled me to stay. I needed to understand. Maybe I thought I could fix something. Restore a sense of control. So I returned to the lift mechanism. That final day, I descended farther than before, tied off lower. The tracks groaned under my weight. Midway down, the chain snagged. I adjusted my position, and then I slipped. Only a foot, maybe two, but my boot caught a jagged plate and I fell hard onto the grate. My harness held, but I'd banged my ribs against a corroded pipe, winded, dizzy, and then I saw her. Not the children, her. The woman in white stood below, on the dock this time, facing me, hands clasped. She spoke, but her mouth didn't move. I heard it behind my eyes. They're still waiting, and then from the water splashing, two sets of hands reaching upward, just beneath the surface, no faces, only outlines, grasping. I scrambled back up, nearly tore my gloves open on the rust. I filed the report the next morning. Not about the figures, not about the voices, only the measurable. The degraded structure, the faulty anchors. I recommended closure of the area. That was a year ago, but I still hear them sometimes. When I sleep with the window cracked, that same laughter, the girl's song, and once, just once, I woke to find salt water pooled by my bed. No leak, no storm, just water, cold, with the faintest scent of rust and brine. The first time I stepped into the Grand Lyric, it was for a consultation. They were reopening after a decades-long shutdown, and the city wanted a full environmental and acoustical report. I'd made my name refurbishing performance spaces, getting stubborn buildings to sing again, and this one was infamous. Gothic flourishes stitched into its bones, too grand for the district it sank into. It was beautiful, imposing, and completely wrong. The rot hadn't taken the way I expected. Structurally, it was sound, but in every room I felt it. Not dread exactly, but a sensation I'd only encountered in spaces touched by grief. I clocked it in the green room first, just a whisper of heat across the back of my neck. The old trick of the body telling you someone's watching. I wrote it off. Drafts, bad air circulation. My assistant noted high EMF readings, but we chalked it up to failing wiring. That feeling, though, it didn't fade. It tracked me. From the pit to the stage, from the third balcony to the wardrobe catwalks. It was worse at night. We worked odd hours to avoid disrupting the restoration crews, and the building changed after dusk. Sounds came from locked-off wings, doors opening with slow, deliberate hinges, followed by the unmistakable heel-toe rhythm of footsteps crossing wood. No one ever answered when I followed. Nothing was ever out of place. We installed motion sensors. They triggered constantly, always in places we weren't, always when no one was there. The staff started refusing late shifts. One electrician quit mid-circuit, left all his tools behind and never invoiced. He wouldn't talk about why. One of the janitors said it was the blue room, third floor, the one where every occupant at one point or another said they felt stared at. We tried setting up a camera in there. It failed within minutes. Battery dead despite being fully charged. I didn't want to believe it. But after a while, denial wasn't an option. Something was pressing back. I found out about the original architect by accident. A city clerk dug up an archive box for me. Floor plans, dated correspondences. There was a letter in the back, folded twice. It was from the architect's sister. Handwritten, unmailed. She said he'd bankrupted himself finishing the Lyric. Sold everything. Friends disappeared. Clients withdrew. She begged him to walk away, but he wouldn't. He said it was the only place he'd ever been understood. He died here. That part was clear enough in the records. Fell from the top of the proscenium arch. No witnesses. They said he'd been inspecting the fly system, but no one could explain what he was doing there. At 3:14 a.m., the city suppressed the fallout. They finished the building, but the workers, they weren't the same. The original construction logs were full of injuries. Some refused to re-enter certain wings. A whole team quit the week they poured the orchestra pit. The foreman noted atmospheric discomfort in the ledger. Over and over, I started having dreams. Not nightmares, not exactly. Just long, slow-moving scenes of the building, emptying out. I'd stand on stage watching the seats vanish row by row. The ceiling dissolved into a void. Always in the upper balcony, a shape stood just out of reach. Never moving, never blinking. By the 4th week, I stopped sleeping on site. My convoy's Thompson Finn, kom thimidorkin pivik stay team. The performers came in for rehearsals that spring. A rotating company doing modernist opera, eager, unshaken. That didn't last. Within days, I heard murmurs. Soprano skipping cues because she saw someone in the wings. One of the stagehands flat out refused to cross stage left, said the presence was stronger there. No one laughed. Everyone understood exactly what she meant. During the final dress, a baritone collapsed mid-note. He said he'd felt something inside his chest. Not pain, not illness, just a pressure that didn't belong. He recovered but never returned. My client kept pushing. The city had already sunk too much into the reopening. I told them the structure was safe, but the energy wasn't. I didn't have better language for it. The opening weekend was a sellout. Press, patrons, dignitaries. Everything sparkled on paper, but I watched from the sound booth and I could tell. It wasn't just performance jitters. The audience kept glancing behind them. One woman clutched her armrest so hard her fingers turned white. A man near the aisle stood 3 separate times, walked toward the exit, then sat back down without explanation. During the finale, the lead performer froze mid-area, looked past the footlights. Her mouth stayed open, but no sound came out. The conductor waved her back in. Nothing. Silence. Finally, she walked off stage. Applause didn't come for a full 30 seconds. The house lights went up. No encore. She wouldn't talk to anyone afterward. I stayed behind after everyone left. Walked the full perimeter. Waited in the blue room. Lingered on stage. Nothing happened. Nothing ever did when I looked directly. But as I was leaving, I heard the service door behind me open. Just a click and a slow, deliberate creak. I turned. It closed on its own. There was no one there. I didn't go back for a while after that. Months passed. The lyrics stayed open, but the shows were increasingly plagued by problems. Minor injuries, unexplained dropouts. One dancer fractured her ankle during a curtain call. No obstruction on stage, just a sudden buckle, like the floor rejected her. The creative director changed twice. Both cited burnout. One gave a vague statement about the building's emotional weight. Then came the renovation glitch. I was called back in to reassess the foundation beneath the rear mezzanine. Something was interfering with the new acoustic, baffling distortions in recordings. Garbled reverb that made no sense. I ran every test I knew. The materials were correct. The geometry was ideal. But the room resisted clarity. Sound bent in unnatural ways. A singer could stand center stage and hear herself from 2 places at once. One real, one slightly behind, slightly off. I tried explaining it to my colleagues. Some suggested buried steel. Others an unknown magnetic field. But the deeper I dug into the structure's history, the clearer it became. The interference always aligned with the site of that original fall. The exact spot the architect landed. We tried isolating it, removing certain panels, adjusting the pitch. Nothing worked. And eventually the tech started asking me not to return at night. Said I brought something with me. That it got worse when I was there. I didn't argue. The final straw came during a solo test I ran myself off hours. Just me, a recorder, and a pressure mic. I spoke aloud from the center of the mezzanine, asking for a clear return. I asked the room to answer back.
I know how that sounds, but I needed to try.
The playback registered 2 voices, mine and another, deeper, saying a single word, stay. No reverb, no background hiss, just that. I erased the file, left the building without logging out. I've never returned. Others work there now. Young crews, new blood. They keep the building alive. But every once in a while I get emails, notes, quiet questions from people who've heard the doors at night, who've seen someone watching from the 3rd balcony. Always alone, always still. They ask if it's normal. I tell them the structure's fine, the acoustics are stable, and I leave the rest unsaid. There are things buildings remember, failures etched into the grain of wood, despair caught between layers of paint, and some spaces don't forgive what was poured into them. They echo it back, always. The first time I noticed the handprints, I assumed they were from one of the guests. The mansion had been open for tours and overnight stays for years, and most people didn't understand the kind of care antique glass required. But when I raised the cloth to the mirror and rubbed, the smear held fast, the print untouched. I pressed harder. Still nothing. Just the shape of a palm, 5 fingers splayed wide, like someone had leaned in from the other side. The rest of the mirror reflected perfectly. The rug behind me, the chandelier over my head, sharp, real, and undisturbed. Only that single spot refused to change. I told myself it was just aged silvering beneath the glass. Something chemical, something fixable. That was 4 months ago. I work alone most nights. The mansion has 20 guest rooms, but rarely more than 4 or 5 are occupied at once. People come here for the history, high ceilings, clawfoot tubs, creaking floorboards, and fireplaces you're not supposed to use but do anyway. The tour guides leave after 6. The maintenance crew dwindled to just me after the owners pulled back on staffing. I don't speak much, never needed to. My job is to clean, to fix, and to report. The silence helps me work. I used to like the quiet, but the quiet here isn't what it used to be. The hallway where the mirror hangs is long and narrow, running the full length of the west wing. It's lined with portraits, owners, guests, and others. The plaques don't identify. I started noticing the handprint most consistently at dusk, when the last daylight caught the mirror just right. It would darken slightly as if shadowed from behind. Sometimes as I passed, I'd catch a shape in the corner of my eye. Tall, still, always just behind me. I'd turn, and there'd be nothing. Only my own reflection, dull-eyed and thinner than I remembered. I didn't tell anyone. Every 2 weeks I tried something new. Ammonia, vinegar, specialty cleaners, a full mirror replacement. Each time, the mark reappeared within hours. Not in the same exact spot either. Sometimes lower, sometimes higher. Sometimes faint as a breath on glass. Other times distinct as fresh grease. A couple came down from their room one morning. The woman looked pale. The man kept glancing back toward the stairs. He asked if the mansion hosted reenactors or costume guides at night. I told him no, not after 6. He looked at the woman. She said there had been a man in old clothes, old like from the 1800s, standing at the foot of their bed, not moving, not speaking, just staring. I offered to change their room. They declined, left before noon. It started happening more often after that. Guests murmuring about silent figures in their rooms. Some would try to describe the clothing. Long coats, dresses with layered skirts, bonnets, boots. Some mentioned the smell of old perfume or smoke. One man claimed someone had been sitting in the corner chair of his room, chain smoking in the dark. He could smell it, he said, feel it, but the room didn't smell like smoke when I entered. It smelled like cold fabric and disuse. By October, I stopped asking questions. I just logged the reports. The worst was the West Service hallway. It's not open to guests. Just a long, unadorned corridor that once connected the kitchen to the servant quarters. Now it's storage. Linens, cleaning supplies, broken furniture. I rarely had a reason to go down there, unless something needed fixing. One night, as I was locking up, I heard it, a dragging sound, then a clink, like metal brushing stone. I stood still, listening. There it was again, slow, deliberate, like someone pulling a heavy chain along the floor. I walked the length of the hall, nothing. The lights buzzed faintly. The air was still. I left the hallway and locked the door behind me, but as I turned the final deadbolt, I heard it again from the other side. The rattle, and something else. A breath, maybe, or a sigh. The mansion was built in 1842. It had changed hands many times. operated as a private home, a boarding house, a wartime hospital, and finally a museum and inn. The documentation was patchy, and the owners kept the more troubling history vague. But people had lived hard lives here. Some had worked in the basement kitchens for no wages. Others in the stables or up in the hot, narrow attic rooms. There are no records of their names, just wear patterns on the stairs, faded initials scratched into brick, and the stories guests tell when they check out early. The mirror now shows more than handprints. I started seeing the edges of shoulders, the suggestion of faces, just at the edge of reflection. Never when I looked directly, always off to the side, or as I passed. One night I paused in front of it, watching, daring myself to see. My own face stared back at me, tired and blank. But something behind me shifted, not visibly, but I felt it, like heat, like someone had stepped up close. I moved my hand slowly toward the glass. The mark was already there, not a new one. The same print, matching the height and angle of my own hand. I held mine up beside it. It was larger than mine, longer fingers, palm pressed deep like it was trying to push through. The owners didn't believe me when I told them the glass was compromised. I said it had warping, that the backing was corroded. I suggested sealing the hallway, removing the mirror altogether. They said no, said it was historic, said guests loved it. So I left it alone, but the marks have started to spread. They're showing up on other reflective surfaces, glass picture frames, bathroom mirrors, even window panes, always at night, always in silence. Some guests report nothing at all. Others leave notes instead of saying anything. Descriptions scribbled on napkins, receipts, stationery. Felt watched. Saw a woman standing near the fireplace. Heard chains dragging behind the wall. One guest wrote only, "Don't look in the mirror at night." I clean as best I can. I stay out of the rooms after dusk. I walk the hallways only when necessary. The silence is different now. It waits. Last week, I entered the linen room in the west service hallway to restock towels. The light flickered once and steadied. As I turned to leave, I heard the soft click of a chain brushing stone again. Close, just behind the door. I held my breath listening. Then the sound moved past, slow and rhythmic, as if pacing. I didn't open the door. I waited until the sound faded, then left by the back. Yesterday, a young boy staying with his family pointed to the mirror and said, "That man doesn't blink." His mother hushed him, smiling nervously. But I looked, and for a moment I saw what he saw, a shape behind my shoulder. A face with no detail, just hollows where the eyes should be. I don't sleep here. I never did. But lately, I've started driving the long way home. I don't like passing the upper windows. Sometimes I see figures standing there, watching, not moving. I no longer try to clean the mirror. It cleans itself now. The handprints appear, then fade. New ones take their place, larger, closer, some overlapping as if multiple hands are pressing forward. The glass isn't glass anymore. It's something else. And every night, I still see my reflection, but less of me remains in it each time. The first time I saw it, I thought it was just a shadow, a trick of the moonlight glancing off the old wood, warped by decades of southern heat and storm. I was standing just beyond the tray line, cigarette in hand, watching the house like I'd done 100 times before. But that night, something shifted. A shape paused at the edge of the porch, still as death, too solid to be smoke, too dark to be air. And then it was gone. The house itself stood like a monument to everything gone wrong. You could see its bones, pillars holding up a wide, sagging porch, flanked by railings that had rotted through in places. The second-story windows yawned like open mouths, the kind of southern plantation home folks romanticize in paintings, stripped of its gloss and left to rot under a blanket of kudzu. I'd been hired by a preservation group that summer. They wanted to assess whether the structure was salvageable. What they didn't say, at least not on paper, was that the house had a reputation. Local kids wouldn't go near it. Old-timers crossed themselves when it came up. One man, who worked as a contractor before retirement, just shook his head and muttered something about the 17th step before walking off. I didn't ask questions. I've learned not to over the years. Curiosity gets you deeper in than you planned, and in this line of work evaluating condemned and historic properties, you see your fair share of strange. It was early evening when I first set foot on that porch. July humidity wrapped around my neck like a wet scarf. The boards groaned under my weight, and I made a mental note: porch integrity compromised. The paint peeled in wide strips like bark from a sick tree. And then, just as I reached the door, I heard it. Footsteps. Heavy. Deliberate. From inside. I froze. No one was supposed to be there. The place had been locked up for years, and I had the only key. Then the sound stopped. I opened the door slowly, announcing myself like a cop, though my voice came out lower than I intended. Inside, dust clung to the air. The scent was thick mildew, wood rot, something older underneath. I could hear the house settle, like it was breathing in reverse. I took the central staircase up to the second floor. Halfway up, I hesitated. Something itched at the base of my skull. I turned. There, clear as a photograph, was the sound again. Step, 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 coming from just behind the front door. Slow, measured. They reached the base of the staircase, and I knew what would happen next. 17 steps. That's how many it took to reach the landing, and when the sound hit the 17th, it stopped. No creak, no thud, just silence. I didn't sleep that night. Over the next few weeks, I returned almost daily, mostly in the afternoons. Nothing out of the ordinary happened at first, though I found myself avoiding the stairs. I'd take photos, jot notes about structural decay, mark which beams might be recoverable. But the house felt wrong, like it was waiting for something, or someone. It was near dusk one day when I spotted it again. The silhouette, same position, same angle, standing at the far end of the porch, perfectly still, as if listening. This time I didn't look away. I stepped forward, slow, careful. It didn't move, just stood there, an outline in the fading light, male, broad-shouldered, head slightly bowed, not mist, not smoke, more like the negative space left behind when someone's been standing in one spot for too long. And then, like before, it vanished. I didn't run. I couldn't. My legs had gone somewhere else. It was later that I found the newspaper clipping. I was combing through local archives, looking for any mention of structural modifications or permits from decades past. Hidden in the back pages of an 1871 issue was a short report. Respected local businessman, Mr. Silas E. Dorn, was fatally wounded in a shooting incident upon the porch of his residence late Tuesday evening. Witnesses report Mr. Dorn staggered into the house before collapsing on the staircase. Authorities have yet to identify the assailant. That was it. No follow-up, no arrest, no motive. I sat with that name for a long time. Silas E. Dorn. The next day, I returned to the house and walked the staircase, counting each step aloud. When I reached the 17th, I paused. Nothing happened. Until nightfall. I stayed later than usual. Needed to be sure. It started again just after sunset. The footsteps, slow, heavy, dragging, almost. From the porch, through the front door, across the warped floorboards, to the base of the stairs. I stood at the top, heart hammering. Step, step, step. I counted in my head. 11, 12, 13. I held my breath. 14, 15, 16, and then 17. A creak. Then silence. But this time, something changed. I heard a breath. Low, wet, labored. I felt it more than heard it, like air being drawn through a punctured lung. I turned and looked down. No one was there, but I could feel him. The air pressed inward, thick as soup, a wrongness in the atmosphere that twisted the stomach. After that, I stopped going at night, but the reports kept coming. The preservation team sent others to follow up. 2 interns. Neither lasted more than a day. One refused to talk about it. The other transferred out of the program entirely. Then came the tourists. People found out through whispers, blogs, ghost hunting forums. The house was still closed to the public, but that didn't stop them. They came in droves. At first just to take photos, then to step onto the porch. Some claimed to see him. Always the same spot. Others described the sounds, footsteps that always stopped on the same stair. A few insisted they heard a man's voice. Some claimed he called out. Others said he just groaned, long and low like he was trying to speak but couldn't remember how. One woman fainted on the staircase. Her friend said she froze on the 17th step, eyes wide before crumbling. Said she came to whispering the name Silas. None of them had read the newspaper. I started recording everything. Sounds, sightings, atmospheric readings. I built a map of the house where the phenomena occurred, when under what conditions. The data didn't vary much, always at dusk or just after, always the same auditory loop, always terminating on the 17th step. There were no EMF spikes, no cold spots, no photos showing more than shadows, but you could feel it. Whatever happened that night in 1871 had dug itself into the bones of the place. Not a ghost, exactly. Not an echo either. More like a scar the house couldn't stop tracing. I started dreaming about it. Same sequence every time. I'm standing at the base of the stairs. The front door bursts open. A man stumbles in, clutching his chest. Blood, too much of it dripping between his fingers. He climbs, one step at a time, gasping, each footfall louder than the last. When he hits the 17th step, he turns, looks at me, and mouths. Something I can't hear. Then he falls. I always wake up before he hits the floor. I haven't been back in months. The house still stands. The preservation group stalled the project, citing structural risk and lack of funds. But people still go. I see them in forums, hear about them from locals. Some report nothing. Others come back changed. I saw one of them in town not long ago. Young guy, maybe 20, pale, sweating even in the shade. I asked if he'd been to the house. He nodded, said he thought he saw someone on the porch, said he followed the sound up the stairs. When he got to the 17th step, he stopped. He looked me dead in the eyes and said, "I think he knows we're watching." I haven't gone back since. But some nights when the wind's just right, I swear I can hear it. Step, step, step. I arrived in Savannah because of a heat wave. Not the smartest move, I just left a job in Pennsylvania, packed up too fast and thought a change of air would help. I didn't know then that this city, all moss-draped oaks and Spanish colonial brick, held a kind of wetness that soaked deeper than skin. Within days, I couldn't shake the heaviness in my chest. Locals blamed the humidity. I wasn't so sure. The apartment I rented sat 3 blocks off Lafayette Square, in a narrow 3-story walk-up that leaned slightly to the left. It had an old-world charm, tall windows, warped pine floors, and the faint smell of mildew that no air freshener could cover. Beneath it ran a series of tunnels, part of the original water systems, the realtor said, built in the 1700s to divert floodwater from the marshes. Mostly sealed off now, she'd added, unlocking the front door. But they're still down there. I moved in during a late July thunderstorm. The rain didn't cool anything. It only made the heat more oppressive. On my first night, I dreamed of shallow pools filled with teeth. Children's teeth. I woke up with my mouth dry, and the distinct impression someone had been laughing outside my window. I blamed the wine. The next morning I met Harold, an older man who ran a walking tour for tourists. He was folding brochures at the coffee shop across the street, and when he saw my apartment keys, he squinted at me. "That old place," he said. "You're braver than most." "Did they tell you about the inn that used to stand there?" I hadn't heard about any inn. Harold chuckled, but it wasn't a kind sound. They turned it into an infirmary during the yellow fever outbreak in 1820. Too many bodies, not enough room in the cemetery. City buried half of them right beneath the floorboards. He tapped his temple. You'll hear him if you're still enough, especially the children. He wouldn't say more, but that night, I started listening. The laughter came again around 2 a.m., light and breathless, echoing faintly through the air vent in the bathroom. I held my breath and pressed my ear to the tile wall. Nothing. Then a soft scrape like a chair dragging across stone. I didn't own any furniture that heavy. A week later, a couple staying at the historic inn down the block flagged me down on the sidewalk. They were both pale, sweating through their clothes, and the woman had an odd look about her eyes, like someone who'd just seen a car crash. "You live here, right?" she asked. "Have you heard kids?" I nodded slowly. The man didn't speak, just kept looking over his shoulder toward the inn. She told me they'd been woken by giggling dozens of children. It sounded like all coming from inside their room. No other guests were booked on their floor. The front desk clerk had shrugged and told them it was probably the pipes. The couple checked out early that morning. That was when I started walking the city at night, hoping to shake the feeling that I was being watched. The air was always thick, and the sidewalks stayed wet long after it stopped raining. I wandered through Colonial Park Cemetery often, drawn to its strange quiet. Most of the graves there dated back to the late 1700s. Yellow fever, war, fire, they all left their mark. There was a statue near the south wall that I found myself returning to. A girl cast in dark metal, arms outstretched like wings. The inscription below had worn away, and no one I asked seemed to know who she was. People called her the Bird Girl, though her eyes looked more like something dead, pulled from the marsh. One night, I sat on a nearby bench and listened. That's when I heard it, panting, not human, the thick, hot breath of something close to the ground. Then the sound of claws on brick. I turned, expecting a stray dog. Nothing. Then, from the corner of my vision, a blur of movement. It skittered low and fast behind a headstone. I stood and circled, flashlight in hand. The beam caught two shapes. Crouched forms, vaguely canine but off. Their eyes didn't reflect light. Their mouths didn't close. They stared for several seconds, motionless before vanishing into the dark like smoke in a jar. I left immediately and didn't return for weeks. Around that time, city workers unearthed a tunnel entrance beneath a crumbling sidewalk near the river. News spread quickly. Some kind of accident had exposed it, and beneath they found human remains. Bones, dozens of them, many belonging to children. No names, no records. The city sealed the site and refused further comment. That week, the laughter came louder, no longer muffled through the vent. It rang out in the kitchen while I stood at the stove. I spun around empty. The back door stood open, though I was sure I'd locked it. A puddle had formed near the threshold, water trickling in from nowhere. I followed the trail across the warped floorboards to the hallway, where it disappeared beneath the old rug. Curiosity overrode fear. I peeled the rug back and found a rotted hatch beneath, sealed with rusted iron hinges. I didn't open it that night. I waited, watched, and listened. By now I'd accepted that something had attached itself to this city. Maybe it was the water, how it pooled and lingered, refusing to dry up. Or maybe it was the dead, drawn to the damp the way moss clings to stone. 2 days later, I opened the hatch. The hinges screamed, and a wave of damp, earthy air rose up like breath from a long-sealed tomb. I saw stone steps leading down, slick with algae, and the remnants of old brickwork framing a narrow passage. I descended with a flashlight and a kitchen knife. Below, the tunnel bent sharply, and then widened into a low chamber. The walls were covered in names scratched into the brick. Some were full names, others just initials and dates. 179, 1820, 1864. The air pulsed faintly, as if the earth itself remembered. Something scurried past my foot. I shined the light and caught a glimpse of a small hand retreating into the dark. Not a rat's paw, a child's hand. I backed out slowly, never turning my back to the tunnel. After that, I stopped trying to sleep. The apartment seemed to breathe with me. Laughter echoed from the drain pipes. Footsteps creaked above me. Though I lived on the top floor, I kept my lights on. I stopped cooking. I started keeping a log of the nights when the children laughed. They always coincided with storms. Harold passed away that September. Heart failure, they said. His niece gave me a box of his belongings, saying he'd mentioned me once. Inside was a map of the old city, marked in red. Each circle matched a known site of mass death: the battlefield at Spring Hill, the Fever Infirmary, the Riverfront Slave Depot. At the center of them all, my building. I left Savannah 2 weeks later, moved inland. High ground, dry air, but it hasn't left me. Sometimes when I turn on the sink, I hear that laughter again. Distant but clear. I tell myself it's just the pipes. I don't believe it. No one warned me that water remembers. It was the kegs that started it. Not the beer, not the brewing, not even the patrons. Just the damned kegs. I'd taken the maintenance job at the hotel turned brewery because it was easy, quiet, and paid enough to cover rent. The owners were proud of how they'd preserved the historical character of the place. Exposed brick, old gas lights refitted for electric, and plaques about the building's storied past. Most of it was surface level, a nod to its history as an old 19th century hotel, then a pop-up infirmary during the cholera outbreak, and now a place to get drunk where once people had died in droves. I was down in the basement on a Tuesday morning, rolling barrels over to the cooler. I'd always hated that part of the building. The ceilings were low, old archways from the original stone foundation interrupted the walls, and the air carried a sour metallic edge, cold in ways that didn't make sense, especially in summer. You could hear the kegs roll even after you stopped pushing them, some echo off the stone. I told myself, the first time I felt it, I figured I'd just slipped. My shoulder slammed into the stack of empty crates. I turned around fast, expecting someone playing a prank, but the hallway behind me was empty. Nobody liked being down there, and the others were all upstairs prepping for opening. I rubbed at my back and swore under my breath, then kept moving. That wasn't the part that got to me. Not yet. 2 days later, I was organizing the cleaning supplies in the back storage area when a bottle of sanitizer flew off the shelf. Not dropped, not tipped. It launched, straight out like someone had swatted it hard. It shattered against the stone floor, and the acrid chemical smell burned into the air. I stood frozen for a good 5 seconds before backing out of the room and locking the door. I didn't clean it up until someone asked why it stank. The brewer Jack joked about it when I mentioned it upstairs. Said the place was haunted by drunks who missed last call. A couple of the waitstaff nodded, not laughing. One of them, Mia, told me not to lean on the walls in the back corridor, said she got pushed once, hands flat against her back, hard enough to leave a bruise, but no one else had been near her. I asked her what she meant, exactly, and she just looked at me like I should have already known. "It's the basement," she said. "It's always been the basement." I started reading the plaques after that. Little bronze things mounted on the walls, trying to elevate the place's past into something worth remembering. One described the 132 epidemic, cholera, supposedly brought in by travelers. The hotel had opened its cellar to treat the sick when the local clinic overflowed. A physician, the plaque said, worked day and night trying to stem the tide. Another part mentioned a violent incident, a fatal dispute between a local and a doctor. No names, no reasons, just a death. I found more in the town records. An old newspaper clipping said the man who died had accused the physician of mistreating his sister, who'd succumbed to the disease. They argued, and the resident pulled a pistol, but he didn't get the shot off. The doctor did, a single round to the chest. It was ruled self-defense. That was almost 200 years ago, and yet it felt too close. Things escalated. Bottles wouldn't just fall, they'd roll across the floor like something was dragging them. Shelves tipped over without warning. Doors that had been shut were found wide open, and the lights flickered more often than the wiring could explain. A keg once rolled down the hallway and crashed into the cooler door while I was inside. There hadn't been anyone near it. I didn't start believing. Not really until I saw the handprint. It was late, after closing, and I was locking up. I did my usual pass through the basement, checking valves and coolers. The glass cabinet in the treatment alcove, an old leftover from the days it served as a hospital, had fogged over from the inside. A single handprint smeared the condensation. 5 fingers, long and splayed like someone had pressed hard from within. There was no one else down there. No one had opened that cabinet in years. I went home and didn't sleep. The next morning, I found out one of the new bartenders had quit. He'd gone down to grab a keg and came back pale, shaking. Said he heard breathing in the dark just behind him, slow and wet, like lungs drowning. He never came back. That week, Mia showed me the scratch, a long red welt across her shoulder blade. She'd been restocking glasses in the basement bar when she felt something crawl under her shirt. No one had touched her. I saw the mark myself, 3 jagged lines like nails. We tried to write it off. Stress, drafts, old pipes, tricks of the light. That's what you do when the alternative means admitting something's wrong. Then came the week the lights blew out entirely. We'd just opened, and the entire lower level went dark. No warning, no breaker trip, just black. I had my flashlight and went down alone. I shouldn't have. I don't remember the moment I felt afraid. It was just there. All at once, like I'd walked into a vacuum. My breath hitched. My hands went cold. The silence was worse than the dark. No hum of fridges. No sound of dripping pipes. Just stillness. Then, from the far end of the hall, I heard footsteps. Slow. Measured. Coming closer. I shined my light and saw nothing. But the steps didn't stop. They got louder. Closer. Then nothing. A second later, the flashlight flickered and died. I didn't run. I should have. But I just stood there, eyes straining in the dark, until the lights upstairs clicked back on and flooded the staircase behind me. After that, we stopped going down there alone. Jack brought in a historian, someone who specialized in old medical facilities. The man spent 3 days poring over blueprints and documents. He found more than we expected. According to his research, the basement hadn't just been a treatment center. It had served as a triage zone during the worst of the epidemic. Hundreds passed through. Dozens died there, crammed into corners, lined up along the walls, some even stored in adjacent tunnels while awaiting burial. The physician, whose name he finally uncovered, Dr. Elias Harrow, had been celebrated in medical circles but reviled by locals. Too many accusations, rough treatment, cold detachment, and that single killing had stained his name. The tunnels were sealed decades ago, but some of the original bracing remained behind the walls. Hidden chambers, forgotten spaces. The historian left a day early. Didn't say why. We all started feeling it more after that. Something had shifted, like we'd pulled up a rug and seen what was underneath. The temperature dropped even in the summer. Electronic devices malfunctioned. People heard voices, muttered commands, cries for help, screams that turned into coughing fits. One night I stayed late trying to patch a leak behind the bar. The rest had gone home. I didn't want to be alone, but I told myself it would only take 20 minutes. The second I stepped off the last stair, I knew I wasn't. I heard the cough first, wet, rattling, close. Then came a groan like someone in pain. I turned, but there was no one there. The air pressed in, dense and hot like a fever. The lights flickered, and something moved in the corner of my eye. I looked, and for a moment I saw him. A man in a blood-smeared coat standing half-shrouded in shadow, face pale and eyes empty. He raised one hand and I felt the push, not a touch, but a force, hard and fast against my chest. I stumbled back and fell. When I looked again, the hallway was empty. I left without finishing the repair. Didn't even lock the door behind me. The owners eventually closed the basement to staff, moved the brewing operation off-site. They told customers it was for renovations, but we knew better. Things had worsened. Poltergeist, some said. Others called it a haunting. A few believed it was the lingering pain of so many deaths, made violent by the conflict between the physician and the man he killed. I don't pretend to know what it was. I just know what I felt, what I saw. Sometimes I walk past that building now, and I swear I can hear the clink of bottles from beneath the ground. I don't go inside. I never will again. The first time I noticed the scent, it was barely there. A trace of jasmine, so faint I thought I'd imagined it. I was locking up the north wing of the old theater after a late dress rehearsal. The building had already settled into silence, the kind that presses in on your ears. So when I caught the sound of light footsteps on the upper balcony, I froze. That section hadn't been used in decades. It had once been part of the grand hotel that shared the property line, back when the town attracted well-to-do travelers and aspiring performers. The balcony was sealed off now. Unsafe, they said, ever since a lightning strike damaged the upper tier generations ago. A freak storm, a tragedy. A woman had died. They told me that on my first week working here. I'd just started as an assistant stage manager, eager and underpaid, happy to be around velvet curtains and dusty chandeliers. The story came with the job. The woman, they said, had been a local socialite, always seen in red. She was desperate to be part of the elite circles that mingled between the theater and the hotel. The night she died, she was standing on the upper balcony in a crimson gown. Waiting for someone, they thought. She was struck instantly, the bolt splitting the sky, and her in one clean, horrible second. I didn't believe in ghosts. I still don't. Not really. But I know what I saw and smelled and heard. The jasmine came again 2 nights later. This time stronger. I was alone in the costume loft cataloging some period dresses, when the air shifted like someone had walked past me. Then the scent bloomed, heady and sweet, just behind my right shoulder. I turned fast, but no one was there. I left the loft without finishing the inventory. Just walked out, half the lights still on. After that, the experiences piled up. Nothing ever dramatic. No slamming doors, no flickering lights. But subtle things, sensory things. A glimmer of red at the corner of my vision on the stairs. The low hum of a woman's voice carrying the melody of some old tune I couldn't place. And always the smell. Jasmine. Never anywhere else in the building. Just in that back corridor near the defunct balcony. And sometimes in the wings when the house was empty. One of the older ushers, Irene, noticed me pausing at the hall one day. She leaned close and said, almost a whisper, "If you ever smell flowers, don't go looking. That's how she finds you." I laughed, awkwardly. Irene didn't. She just gave a slow nod and walked off. I stopped laughing after that. I started digging into records during my off hours. The Historical Society kept a few files on the building, old newspaper clippings mostly. I found one about the lightning strike. It was dated July 3rd, 1887. The article said the woman was attending a gala in the hotel ballroom. Her name was Miss Eleanor Hart. She'd been photographed earlier that evening in a gown of deep red satin, with matching gloves and a parasol. The caption read, "Miss Hart of Maple Hill, radiant in crimson, aspires to join the founding circle of the city's theatrical patrons." She never made it. She left the ballroom shortly before the storm broke, and was last seen ascending the upper balcony alone. Witnesses from the street claimed they saw her raise her hand as if hailing someone, or waving goodbye just before the lightning hit. The bolt shattered the iron railing and scorched part of the facade. Her body was found several feet from where she stood, gown still smoldering. I remember staring at that photo in the dim archive room, thinking she looked like she didn't belong. Her smile was too tight, the posture stiff, like she was pretending to be someone else. Social ambition cut short. That was the line in the obituary. Miss Hart's tragic demise cut short a blossoming social career. After that, the sightings started to make more sense. Or maybe they didn't, but they had a shape, a reason. I wasn't the only one who noticed. Patrons would occasionally ask about the lady in red. They always assumed she was part of the show. "She walked past my box," one woman told me during intermission. "Beautiful dress, old-fashioned. Where did you find her?" One actor refused to enter stage left after hours. Said he heard someone singing, thought it was a prank until he saw the outline of a dress swaying in the dark. No feet, just the dress. The janitor quit after hearing heels clicking across the marble floor, long after the audience had left. He swore the sound passed right behind him, but when he turned around, the lobby was empty. He didn't stay to check again. The balcony itself stayed locked. Still dangerous, though I suspect if it weren't, someone would have tried to film up there. It had become one of those whispered things haunted spots for thrill seekers and bored interns, but no one really wanted to be there alone. One night, I had to. We were prepping for a fundraising gala, fitting I suppose, and I was tasked with checking the lighting rigs. I took the long way around the upper gallery and ended up by the balcony doors without thinking. That was the first time I saw her clearly. She was standing just outside the shattered frame, barely lit by the spill of moonlight through the storm-streaked glass. The railing was still twisted from the old strike. Her back was to me. The dress was unmistakable, long and heavy, a deep red that shimmered like wet blood in the light. Her head tilted slightly, like she was listening for something. I couldn't move, couldn't even breathe right. The jasmine was overwhelming. She turned. Her face wasn't terrifying. That's the part that stays with me. It was calm, almost kind. But behind it was a stillness I can't describe, like she wasn't really looking at me, just through me, past me, into a space I couldn't see. Her lips moved. A word, maybe, or a name. Then she stepped forward and vanished, not with a scream or a flicker, just gone as if the moment blinked and took her with it. I didn't report it. Who would I tell? It would go in the same drawer as the flower scent, and the phantom singing, and the red shapes glimpsed in mirrors. But I stopped going near the balcony after that. I requested shifts that kept me in the lower wings. Safer somehow. Still, she showed up. Once during a late show, I caught the scent again in the orchestra pit. A violinist turned to me mid-play, eyes wide. Later, she asked if I'd been wearing perfume. Another time, during a tech rehearsal, the soundboard glitched for 5 seconds right in the middle of playback. During the silence, we all heard it. A woman's voice humming, soft and sweet. The director blamed a mic left hot, but there was nothing live on the board. The climax came last spring. A freak storm hit during our final dress for Phantom. The irony didn't escape me. We lost power for 6 seconds. Just enough time to kill the lights, cut the sound, leave the cast frozen on stage. When the generators kicked in, someone was standing at the back of the theater, alone. The red dress caught every eye. Dozens of people saw it, cast, crew, even a few early patrons, and then she was gone, before the lights reached her. No one talks about it now, not really, but I hear things, small things. The jasmine still comes and goes. The singing shifts floors. Sometimes I catch footsteps on the marble at closing. I never go to the balcony, not anymore. But sometimes in the quiet between shows, I'll stand near the old doors, just close enough to smell the flowers, to hear the click of heels, the soft echo of a voice reaching for a world that left her behind. I was assigned to photograph St. Aurelius Cathedral as part of a preservation initiative last spring. The project was funded through a joint effort between the Historical Society and the diocese, aiming to digitize old structures before their features were lost to time or renovation. On paper, it was a standard assignment. Show up, document the site, file the photos. But nothing about that place was standard once I stepped inside. The cathedral stood in the middle of the old quarter, swallowed up by modern buildings that pressed too close to its ancient stone. Construction records traced it back to 1732, but the catacombs beneath were older, remnants of an even earlier chapel. You could feel it in the air, heavier than it should have been, like stepping into water. I arrived just after dawn on the first day. The city was still waking up, streets damp from a light mist, traffic not yet humming. The caretaker, an older man named Mr. Braith, met me at the iron gate. He didn't say much, just unlocked the door and handed me a ring of keys without making eye contact. Inside, the stone floor was worn to dips, where generations had knelt. The light through the stained glass painted the walls in fractured reds and blues. I started with the naive, working clockwise, careful to document every arch, carving, and mural. It was near the north transept when I first heard it, faint like someone murmuring in Latin. I thought it was audio from a nearby tour group leading through the walls, but when I paused to listen, it stopped mid-syllable, just air and silence again. Later that afternoon, I was adjusting the aperture for a close-up of the organ pipes when the bells rang. A full peal, all 6 tones. It nearly made me drop the camera. I scrambled down from the choir loft, expecting to see a docent or caretaker pulling ropes. But the bell tower was locked, and Braith swore he hadn't touched them. That night, I reviewed the day's shots in my hotel. In 3 separate frames taken hours apart, I found the same figure, hooded, standing motionless in the far background, once beside a pew, once near the altar, and once halfway up the spiral stairs to the clerestory. In every photo, the figure's proportions were off, too tall, hands hidden, no visible face, just a black void beneath the cowl. I thought maybe it was a trick of the lens, dust or flare, but when I zoomed in, the pixels resolved clearly enough, a shape with dimension and shadow. Whatever it was, it had mass. It was there. I went back the next day with a tighter schedule, trying to get clean shots of the areas that had been affected. This time, I brought an audio recorder clipped to my chest. I kept it running while I worked. In the chancel, around midday, the murmuring returned, clearer this time. I didn't speak Latin, but the cadence was unmistakably prayer, measured, reverent, layered like a chorus. It didn't echo like normal sound. It filled the air without bouncing. When I turned in place, trying to locate its source, the sound dimmed behind me and grew louder ahead, like it moved with my orientation. I checked the recorder later. It picked up nothing but ambient silence and my own shuffling movements. The 3rd day I went alone. Braith didn't show. I used the key to let myself in, the lock stiff from disuse. Something about the building felt different. The temperature had dropped. Despite it being warmer outside, my breath fogged. I focused on the south transept that morning, especially a mosaic depicting a battle scene. Rows of soldiers in 19th century uniforms, carrying bayonets. Below it, there was a plaque commemorating local men who died in the Franco-Prussian War. I set up a wide shot, then moved in for detail. When I raised the camera again, I froze. 2 men in uniform stood at the back of the chapel. They weren't modern reenactors. Their clothes were grimy, worn thin. One had a torn sleeve. The other held his cap in his hands like he was standing at attention. Neither looked at me. They just stared forward, heads slightly bowed. I blinked, and they were gone. The camera was still in my hand. I hadn't taken the shot. My fingers were too cold to press the shutter. That night, I uploaded the day's files, half expecting more anomalies. And there they were. 2 soldiers standing behind a column in one frame, partially obscured. In another, just their reflections in a window that should have shown only the street outside. By the 4th day, I was no longer sleeping well. I kept seeing flashes of the hooded figure in the shadows of my room. At least once I thought I heard bells in the middle of the night. Still, I returned. I couldn't not. It was something deeper than curiosity. It was a pull, like something wanted to be seen. In the cathedral's apse, beneath the altar, there was a small brass door half hidden by a tapestry. Behind it, a narrow stairwell descended into darkness. The air down there was dense, metallic, earthy. I descended with a flashlight and the camera slung around my neck. The crypts weren't vast, but they were tightly packed, interments stacked like drawers. Most of the plaques had Latin inscriptions worn by time and damp. One read simply Frater Benedictus, 1753. Another in pace, Miles Ignotus, Brother Benedict, unknown soldier. Their resting places were inside the walls, literally part of the structure. I took one photograph down there, just one. As the flash went off, I heard movement behind me. A scuff of a shoe against stone. I turned. Nothing, but the air was charged like static before a storm. Back at the hotel, I opened the photo. It was a long shot of the corridor, but at the end of the row, in the deepest shadow, something was looking back. A face, partially lit, not hooded, but gaunt and pale, with hollow eyes. I couldn't go back after that. I finished my report remotely and sent the files to the preservation team. Weeks passed. Then I got a call from a woman named Dr. Louisa Ferre, a historian working with the diocese. She'd reviewed my photos and wanted to speak. When we met, she showed me a copy of one image, one I hadn't noticed anything unusual in, but she had. Standing beside me in the shot, hand on my shoulder, was the hooded figure. No face, no feet, just fabric draped over absence. She asked if I'd felt anything at the time. I didn't know how to answer. Dr. Ferre said that the cathedral had been built over a series of battlegrounds, and that its stones were quarried from nearby ruins where monks had once been massacred. During renovations in the 1890s, workers uncovered bones sealed in the pillars themselves, entire skeletons, upright. Some things, she said, don't leave when they die, especially not when they're buried inside the thing they devoted their lives to. She wasn't trying to scare me. I could tell she was trying to understand it the way I was, the way we all were. I haven't been back, but the bells still ring some nights. I can hear them from my apartment, miles away, and sometimes, in the window, I catch a glimpse of a man in uniform, watching from the street below, always standing still, always at attention. The first time I heard the laughter, I was inside the tower's main service chamber, hands deep in a rusted junction box that hadn't seen attention since the Reagan era. The Atlantic wind howled outside, whistling through a cracked vent above me, but that sound was familiar. Background noise in a place like this. The laughter wasn't. It was light and distant, two voices almost in sync. Children. I stopped moving, just listened. There was no one else there. No reason for anyone else to be. I was the sole maintenance keeper for the old coastal beacon, decommissioned in the 90s, reactivated recently for historical preservation. My job was to keep it functional, safe for visitors, and compliant with 1,000 preservation protocols. It didn't bother me being out there alone. Not usually, but the laughter didn't stop. I stood up slowly, pushing the service hatch shut. The room went quiet again. Still, I waited there another minute, listening, before stepping into the main corridor. The structure wrapped upward in a spiral. Concrete, steel, riveted iron stairs. I moved slowly, listening for footsteps, voices, anything. When I reached the second level, the corridor widened to my left. Sunlight pooled across the floor from a tall, fog-blurred window. To my right, the hallway narrowed again, where they said the children liked to play. I didn't believe the stories. Not really. I'd read the site reports, 2 siblings, a boy and girl drowned in 1873 when a cargo cart detached from its hoist and rolled into the channel. Mechanical failure. They were helping their father or maybe just playing nearby. Either way, the cart went into the water with them still clinging to it. Witnesses pulled them out together. Neither could be revived. After that, the section of the path where it happened was blocked off. The rails are still there. I saw them myself, oxidized iron, sunk half into the gravel. It was easy to believe something terrible had happened there. The stories came later. Workers hearing giggles, ball bouncing, soft steps behind them. Sometimes they'd see a shape dart around a corner. One woman quit after seeing handprints on a fog window too high for a child to reach. She was alone in the building. Back then, I'd rolled my eyes at all of it. But now, standing there, I felt something. Not cold. Exactly. More like the memory of cold, clinging just behind my skin. The kind of sensation you get when you almost slip on black ice but catch yourself. Your body still thinks it's falling. I walked down the corridor. No voices this time, just the wind. My boots echoed against the metal grating, and the deeper I went, the heavier the air felt. Pressurized like before a storm. I passed the corridor where the painting foreman had fallen. That was older, 1850s. No one knew if it was a misstep, a gust, or a hand on the back. He'd been repainting the upper spire when he went over. They didn't find his body for a week. He didn't show up in the stories as often. No voices, no sightings, just the place where it happened. People said they didn't like walking under it. Something about the weight of the air. I understood that now. Felt it. I finished my check, wrote up my notes, locked the gate, and went home. I told my wife about the voices. Not the rest, just that I'd heard something odd. She didn't react the way I expected. She looked up from her tea and asked quietly, "Did they sound happy?" I blinked. What? The children. Did they sound happy? That stopped me cold. I hadn't said anything about children. She looked down again. I read the report, the historical one. The siblings died holding hands. That's in the town archive. They say it like that. Exactly. Holding hands. I thought that was sad, but also, I don't know. Maybe they weren't afraid. I didn't answer. We sat there in the quiet. The next week, I brought in thermal sensors and an old parabolic mic I used during soundproofing jobs. I wasn't supposed to do unofficial recordings, but I didn't plan to publish anything. It was just for me. First day. Nothing. No drops in temperature. No odd frequencies. Second day. I caught a spike in the south corridor. 5 degrees lower than ambient. Localized in a 5-foot radius. The air didn't feel colder, but the sensors picked it up. I held still. No wind that day. I activated the mic. The recording picked up 3 sounds. My own slow breathing, the soft hum of the beacon's backup generator, and something faint under that. It wasn't laughter, more like humming. 2 voices, in harmony. I replayed it 20 times. On the 3rd day, I entered the corridor just after dawn. The sun was still low behind the marine layer, and the walls cast long gray shadows. I passed the window where the handprints had been reported. I stopped there. Nothing unusual, but the condensation on the inside of the pane was forming. A product of internal humidity versus outside chill. A perfectly normal process, except there were 3 shapes in the condensation. Not full prints. Just 3 parallel streaks about the length of a child's fingers. I lifted my hand and held it up against the glass. My fingers were longer, wider. The streaks didn't match. I stood there a long time, watching the fog condense further and erase them. I didn't mention that to my supervisor. By the 5th day, I started hearing the sound before I reached the corridor. Not every time, but often enough. Always faint. Sometimes laughter. Sometimes the sound of something rolling, a ball maybe. Once I thought I heard a splash, as if something heavy had dropped into water. But we were 30 feet above sea level. That night, my wife left a book open on the kitchen counter. Maritime Accidents of the Northeastern Coast. She didn't say anything, just pointed at a page when I walked in. The report was from July 1873. The cart had been loaded with barrels, secured with a locking mechanism that failed during transfer. The children had been standing near the slope. It took them both instantly. The page included an excerpt from a witness. They were found hand in hand as if they had simply gone for a swim. On the 8th day, I stayed late. The building was empty. The public didn't have access yet. Still under renovation. I made my rounds twice. Everything nominal, no sounds. Then, just as I was packing up, I heard a bang. Not loud, but definite. A single impact from above. I climbed the spiral staircase up to the beacon's crown chamber. The space was octagonal, with a reinforced floor and a domed ceiling. Light poured in from every direction. The chamber was empty. I checked the panels, the railing, the maintenance scaffolding, all clear, but as I turned to leave, I felt something. A tug, like static against my arm. Not strong, just enough to make me stop, and I saw it. A mark on the floor near the edge of the scaffolding. Fresh. A scuff in the dust, shaped like a boot heel, facing outward. I hadn't been up there that day. Neither had anyone else. I left quickly, locking the access gate behind me. The next morning, 2 of the historical investigators arrived. They weren't ghost hunters, at least not officially. They cataloged anomalous environmental data and heritage sites. They'd seen my sensor logs. They brought their own equipment. I didn't tell them what I'd seen. Just handed over the data, let them take their readings. They stayed 3 nights. On the final night, one of them, Dr. Rafe, asked me quietly if I'd ever had the sensation of being watched from below, not above. Below, I nodded. He didn't say anything else. When they left, they didn't file a formal finding. Just a brief note, localized fluctuations present. Recommend restricted access during low visibility. That was 2 months ago. And since then, I've gone back every week. I don't bring sensors anymore, I just walk the halls. Listen, some days there's nothing. Other days, I hear them. The children, always together. I've stopped being afraid. But I've also stopped trying to explain it. Some things linger. Not violently, not with menace. Just persistently, like a song you can't quite place, playing faintly down the hall. Sometimes I sit by the window where the handprints were. I watch the fog roll in. I think about the man who fell and how no one ever saw him again. I wonder if he's still falling, and sometimes I hear the cartwheels just before the splash. It started with the blueprints. That's what I remember most clearly. The pages themselves felt cursed. I was just an intern when I first laid eyes on them. Brittle parchment rolled out across the long oak table in the office of Whitaker & Sons Architectural Design. The lead architect, Charles Whitaker, stood over them like a priest at an altar, muttering measurements and tracing invisible lines in the air. Everyone else kept a safe distance. There was something about those drawings. Too many corridors, rooms stacked atop rooms with no clear purpose, staircases that led nowhere. It didn't look like a building. It looked like a maze meant to trap something inside. The building was a Gothic-style temple, commissioned by a fraternal society, whose name I've long forgotten. The kind of organization that loved secrecy and symbols carved into stone. They wanted grandeur, mystery, and permanence. Charles gave them all 3 at the cost of everything else. I remember the pride in his voice during those early days, watching construction begin on the massive granite edifice on the edge of the city. He talked about legacy, about pushing the limits of design. What he never talked about, not even to his wife, was the bleeding. Not literal, but financial. Every month, costs doubled. Custom-cut stone, handcrafted ironwork, imported glass. No expense was spared because he believed the temple would make his name eternal. It didn't. It ruined him. By the time the scaffolding came down 2 years later, Charles had lost everything. His house, his savings, his reputation. The firm dissolved under the weight of unpaid debts. He was last seen wandering the hallways of the temple late at night, long after the fraternal order had taken ownership. A man who once held blueprints like sacred texts reduced to a whisper in his own creation. That would have been the end of it, if not for the shadows. I first returned to the temple as part of a renovation team nearly a decade later. It had fallen into mild disrepair. Unused rooms, cracked plaster, rusted fixtures. I was no longer an intern. I was the project lead. The night I arrived, one of the custodians gave me a strange look when I told him what we were doing. "Careful walking upstairs after dark," he said, wiping his hands on a cloth. "They move." "They?" I asked. He only shrugged and walked away. That first week, I didn't notice anything unusual. The building creaked like any old structure. The temperature fluctuated near the old ventilation shafts. You could hear echoes even in small rooms because of the domed ceilings. All explainable, all logical, but logic started slipping away during the second week. It began with motion sensors, specifically the ones on the upper floors. They'd trigger on their own at night. The security system logged presence in spaces we knew were empty. I dismissed it as faulty wiring. Then came the drafts. Not gentle breezes, but sudden pockets of freezing air, concentrated at random spots, always in corners, always near doorways. Workers joked about ghosts until the third-floor incident. A carpenter named Miguel had been working alone in the southeast wing, restoring the original moldings. He claimed to hear someone walking just outside the room. Slow, heavy steps. When he looked into the hallway, there was no one there, but he saw a shadow move without a source. Not cast by light, not shaped by form, just motion, black and fluid, sliding across the far wall and disappearing behind a column. He left his tools behind and refused to come back. More reports followed, voices, always in the performance areas, whispering during the night, hushed arguments that vanished when approached. One evening I stayed late in the main hall, curiosity more than anything. The room is massive, designed for acoustics, with a ceiling so high it disappears into darkness. I was standing near the stage, inspecting a damaged panel, when I heard its soft footsteps above me, on the mezzanine, then a single word, whispered in a voice that didn't echo. Here, I didn't move. I just listened. No more words came. Just a low creak like pressure on old wood, then nothing. I climbed the stairs with a flashlight, fully expecting to find a squatter or a prank, but the upper balcony was empty. Dust lay undisturbed, and yet the air was cold enough to see my breath. We tried to document it. I set up thermal cameras, audio recorders, even brought in a colleague who dabbled in environmental anomaly research. What we found was frustratingly inconclusive. Blips in temperature, faint noises, shadows on film that couldn't be traced to any living figure. But no smoking gun, just enough to unsettle. The janitorial staff refused to clean certain rooms alone. One of the elevator mechanics quit midweek, muttering about a door that opened by itself. I took it upon myself to investigate. The room in question was part of an old backstage corridor. At night, the heavy door made of solid oak would swing open slowly, as if someone on the other side were pushing it gently. I sat in front of it for hours. Sometimes it moved, sometimes it didn't. When it did, there was never wind, never vibration, just a soft click and a yawning black gap. The deeper I explored the building, the less I understood it. Rooms connected in ways that defied their layout. Corridors looped back on themselves. One night I got turned around on the 4th floor and ended up in a service stairwell I'd never seen before. I went down 2 flights and emerged on the opposite end of the building, somehow without passing the central axis. I began to wonder if the structure had been built to confuse, to trap. One afternoon, I pulled the original blueprints from the archive. They were different. The plans I remembered from my intern days didn't match the final structure. Rooms had been added, hallways rerouted. When I tried to compare the overlays, I found handwritten notations in the margins, scribbled calculations and frantic revisions, as if someone had been altering the layout on the fly. Charles Whitaker's initials were at the bottom. What haunts me isn't the ghosts. It's the possibility that the building itself is alive in some way, that its design, born of obsession and financial ruin, now feeds on the people who walk its halls. Not in a physical sense, but through fear, through confusion, through the slow erosion of certainty. The Fraternal Order no longer uses the temple. They lease it out for events now. Weddings, lectures, art shows. But the staff keeps a list of rooms they won't enter after dusk. Not out of superstition, out of experience. Out of experience. I still get calls from the maintenance team when something strange happens. They know I'm one of the few who understands the building. Not fully, but enough to know when not to ask questions. Last month, a security guard reported seeing a man in an old-fashioned suit standing on the upper balcony during his night rounds. When he called out, the man didn't move, just turned and walked through a solid wall. The footage showed nothing, but the audio captured a faint sound just as the figure vanished. A whisper. One word. Here. I used to think the sacredness of a place could survive anything, even people. I was wrong. The temple was called Yasha Sang, though few outside the province remembered its name. It had long since collapsed into a slumped, moss-coated ruin, between crumbling concrete towers and the bone-white remains of what had once been a city center. Overgrown paths, vines swallowing old signage, rain-blackened stone. It had the texture of a forgotten tooth and a jaw full of rot. I found it during my pilgrimage, hoping to retrace the steps of the elder monks. hoping to feel something that hadn't already been emptied out of me. The place wasn't marked on modern maps, but in the old scrolls, Yasha Sang had once been a beacon, a secluded monastic refuge devoted to meditation and balance. Until it wasn't, I arrived just before dusk. The air was dense with moisture, like breath trapped in plastic. The ground squelched underfoot, a kind of soft give, like soil not yet done digesting what had sunk into it. I set down my bag near what had once been the central pagoda, now collapsed inward like a rib cage. I didn't feel alone. The feeling wasn't loud. It wasn't sharp. It was quiet, coiled. I've been in places that are simply eerie, the way old hospitals or mothballed schools are. But this was different. This wasn't the echo of past lives. This felt like something that never ended. As I stepped through the arch of what had been the meditation hall, I felt a breeze. Cold, intentional. It came from inside. Though the walls no longer held any wind, it carried with it a sound I didn't recognize at first. A rhythm, low and almost inaudible, like water trickling over stone. But as I stood longer, it cohered, chanting, not in a language I understood, not the sacred syllables I had learned since boyhood. This was older, or maybe it only felt that way. The voices were thin, like breath pulled through teeth, layered and just slightly out of sync, as if arguing in harmony. I didn't go back to town. I camped inside the broken sanctuary. By nightfall, the chanting had stopped. The wind didn't. It curled through the stones like it was searching for something. I couldn't sleep, not because of fear, not at first, but because the ground didn't feel still. Lying on it, I felt subtle, rhythmic shifts as though the earth breathed too, shallow and slow. The next morning, I found the floor stained, not with moss or mold. Something darker, something that hadn't washed away with time. The color bled along the cracked tiles in long, deliberate streaks. Some led to corners where the walls had collapsed. Others formed near the altar, where a rusted incense burner still clung to its pedestal. I knelt to pray, and when I opened my eyes, the ground beneath me was damp. There had been no rain. I wandered through the site the rest of the day, trying to piece together the layout. Remnants of monastic life still clung to certain walls, faded scripture on cracked wood, the outline of statues where their feet had remained bolted to stone. In the dormitory wing, I found bones, not full skeletons, just fragments, a knuckle joint here, the edge of a jaw, still holding one molar. I didn't touch them. I stayed another night. That's when I heard the argument. It came suddenly, harsh voices breaking through the otherwise quiet dark. I sat up, eyes wide, thinking someone else had arrived, some other pilgrim, or maybe a historian. But the words weren't modern. The tones were clipped, harsh, reverent, and venomous, all at once. I couldn't understand them, but I could feel what they meant. These weren't thieves or outsiders, these were monks, and they were furious. I didn't move. I just listened. Their footsteps crunched in the gravel outside the sanctuary, their robes hissing against stone. One voice, deep steady, tried to call for calm. Another, younger and brittle, responded with sharp contempt. There was a third voice, quieter, pleading, cut off mid-word. Then came the screaming. I don't remember standing. I just remember running through the collapsed corridor, over the slick stone stairs, deeper into the ruins. But wherever I went, the voices followed, not louder, but closer, always just behind the next turn. I made it to the garden, or what was left of it, and the wind hit me again, and with it, chanting. Not a memory this time, not the echo of old prayers. This chanting was now. I turned and saw no one, just shadows that didn't belong to anything, branches that moved against the wind, not with it. And in the center of the overgrown courtyard, I saw a circle of monks, kneeling. Motionless, their heads bowed, their hands folded. I blinked. They were gone. I didn't sleep that night. I sat by the cold fire pit I'd made and waited for the sun, clutching my prayer beads so tightly they left marks in my skin. When the light finally broke through the trees, it didn't warm anything. The cold in that place wasn't weather. It was soaked into the stones. I tried to leave, but the path I'd taken in was gone. I retraced my steps, or thought I had, but the markers were wrong. The slope dipped where it had once risen. The tree with the twisted trunk now faced the opposite direction. I walked for hours, but every route curved back to the courtyard, to the altar, to the blood-soaked floor. By the third day, I stopped fighting it. I prayed, I fasted, I listened. The voices came more clearly then. I began to piece together what had happened. A power struggle, doctrinal purity perhaps, or something more earthly, access to the shrine's funds, hidden decisions, betrayals made under the guise of enlightenment. Whatever it had been, it spiraled. The leader tried to keep peace. Others whispered rebellion. The youngest, they said, was the first to strike. No outsiders invaded Yasha Sang. The monks destroyed it themselves. The chanting, I realized, was not ritual. It was memory. That's why it never stopped. Why it never faded. The earth had absorbed it. Not just the blood, but the betrayal, the fury, the endless argument that could never be resolved. They had killed each other where they prayed, turned sanctity into slaughter, and so it repeated, over and over. Each night, each wind, I stayed for 5 days. I ate nothing, drank from the stream that ran behind the ruins. I tried to find peace, to offer penance, though I had done nothing but witness. I thought I might understand the place if I became part of it. On the 6th day, the voices quieted, not completely, but they stopped chasing me. The ground beneath me didn't twitch. The shadows watched, but didn't reach. I followed the path again, and this time it opened. I left before the sun set. Back in the city, I told no one. What would I say? That I'd found a monastery forgotten by time, still echoing with its own death throes. That the stones bled if you prayed too long. No, I only said it had been sobering, and it was. I've never been the same. I walk differently now. I listen for wind that isn't wind, and when I pass certain corners of the city, alleyways that should be empty, vacant lots grown over with ivy, I sometimes feel it again, that hum, that breath, that cold chanting.